way too clean, I was born this way. This my DNA, I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean, I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been turn me up, I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire. More fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. More fire. More fire. More fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard. Got them thinking I'm man, but dangerous. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same look with a guy too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire. No fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. No fire. No fire. No fire. I'm lying. I'm on fire. No fire. No fire. No fire. No fire. I'm lying. No fire. I'm lying. No fire. No fire. No fire. No fire. No fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Erangel. Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลเข้าบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เฮ้ย เป็นไง
Still Miramar, this like this power grid, I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tago Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยาง มีถังน้ำ ฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลันโดครับ ข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแมปเดียว อีเลนเกลครับ ข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Erangel.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โห อันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tago.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินามิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ย อันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสด้วยครับ แล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami Alter Ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเยโนรินจากทีมเอเรนาครับ
Hello everyone, I am Siko from X-Men.
Tay con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึงครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
CIMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อคีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSSITEDJR.
ROHHICTRD and GUNION.
เดี๋ยวเป็นเอสเหรอนิดนึงพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียว LAMBAOUWU ครับ
LAMBOOUWU.
LABAOUWU.
LAMBAOUWU. Oh, it's an A. No.
อ๋อ อันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ.
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ.
DUCKIJLUC, I think.
DUCKIJLUC. 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 Oh, I forgot the H.
It's too hard, bro.
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI.
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 ผมว่าคนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัว J แน่นอนเฮ้ยหรือเบิ้ลตัว A วะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัว A นะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ.
ALJIBOTZ.
BOZ. That's my teammate. He's gonna be mad.
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY.
SCAPPY, I think.
SCAPPS. Copy. Oh no, it's copy.
Bye-bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! 𝐿𝐴𝑍𝑒 here with the shotgun around the side. PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
𝐏𝐔𝐁 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy very easy Miramar
That's Miramar.
Miramar
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school Erangel.
Miramar no Erangel
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo yeah Stadium
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Erangel
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
This was only in Erangel.
Erangel
That's Erangel.
Tego I'm sure
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าพี่นุ่นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันพลิกลอนโดครับลอนโดผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami alter ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับผมเอียโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝐴rena ครับ
Hello everyone, I am 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 from X-Men.
Tại con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึงครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
𝐶IMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อคีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR. JR.
ROSSITEVJR.
ROSHITRD and TUNIR.
เดี๋ยวเป็นเอสเหรอนิดนึงพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOUWU ครับ
LAMBOOUWU.
LABAOUWU.
LAMBAOUWU. Oh, it's an A. No.
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ.
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ.
DUCKIJLUC, I think.
DUCKSGEUZ. Oh, I forgot the H.
It's too hard, bro.
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI.
HAISAKI.
HAISAKI. ไฮสเก้
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัวเจแน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัวเอวะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัวเอนะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ.
ALJIBOTZ.
BOZ. That's my teammate. He's gonna be mad.
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY.
SCAPPY, I think.
SCAPPI. Copy. Oh no, it's copy.
Bye-bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the 𝐼𝑛us Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐏𝐷𝐷ragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, After a grueling play-in stage, we are now in the final stage for the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers 2025 Phase 2. And here we are as your storytellers for today. My name is 𝐿𝐿, together with the amazing, handsome-looking Contra with, I thought it's a new haircut, but apparently not. Welcome to the show, people.
Thank you so much for flattering me so early towards this evening. And of course, thank you guys for also tuning in as we're finally here in the grand finals with 24 teams remaining to book a spot into the PGS. And of course, they're looking for that golden ticket to land themselves in the PGC as well. So this will be the most important tournament of the year, or else they're going to have a long holiday after this.
Oh yeah, and that's the kind of holiday that I believe the players wouldn't want to take, at least for now, until they complete their PGC, if they do qualify there. But of course, everybody wants to be at PGC. So today will also be the day that we will begin the journey of the next 4 days to determine who will be bringing in maximum points for the PGC. And of course, to qualify to the next PGS as well. There's so much at stake here, Contra.
Absolutely. So we're already done with our play-in stages. If you guys have missed out, you can check out the VODs once again. And we will have a 4-day finale starting from this evening all the way till the 28th. So make sure you don't miss a beat. So keep yourself subscribed to all across our social media platforms of PUBG Esports. Well, play-in stages, I think we've got a lot to talk about because we've seen some nail-biting moments for teams to try to qualify. And JFT, they were just a couple points shy, but of course, we've already got done with the play-in stages. So after the finals, the top 3 teams will qualify to the PGS 9 and 10.
Oh yeah, only the top 3, but they have to battle it out, obviously. So we will bring to our final stage here the top 8 teams from the seeded teams, and also those who qualify from the play-in stage. That makes a total of 16 teams, and that's where we're at here today. And here are participating teams as well as the matches that will be played as well. We'll be playing a total of 6 matches every single day until the last day that will happen on Sunday, and that's where we'll tabulate all the points to decide on who are the top seeding teams.
That's right, and it is definitely looking like a monstrous lobby with some of the heavy hitters coming in from Thailand, Vietnam, and also Alter Ego that has done significantly well alongside with HAPPIE squad throughout the entirety of the year. And there's a whopping 80K on the line, and the winners will be walking away with 25K richer. And on top of that, there's also individual prizes from MVP, the last standing player that is the longest surviving player over the board, Brigade Master, Field Medic, Silent Thief, which is the most amount of kill steals, but I'm not too sure how do we actually tabulate that. We'll have to see. And most importantly, you guys get to pick what's the best moment throughout this PAQ.
Well, this point system is not to be picked. It's for the teams to determine how many points they can bring in. Chicken Dinner will bring in 10 points as per usual. Second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7th and 8th will be 1 point. Anything above that, unfortunately, will not receive any placement points at all, but every team will have a chance to bring in elimination points.
Yeah, and what's the biggest talking point is that these teams are also battling for the PGS points, which qualifies them into the major circuits, of course. So the champion definitely will walk away with 400, guaranteeing themselves a spot, whereas second place, you can see the numbers slowly decrease all the way down to 16. For the top 16 teams, they will be guaranteed the points, but 17 onwards, they walk away with nothing. So some of these teams, they don't want to end up either dead last or anywhere lower than 17.
Yes, and of course, these are our teams that you can see here on screen, ladies and gentlemen, that will be fighting for the next 4 days, including today. We have Alter Ego, and it was Legends, Armory Gaming, Buriram United Esports, that was the play-in champions as well. CERBERUS Esports, eArena, Forest Natural Gaming, Full Sense, HAPPIE Squad, New House Esports, Sharper Esports, Team Flash, TDT Esports, the Expendables, the current world champions. We have Theerathon 5 and Windy Esports.
Yeah, I kind of didn't move on from the playing stages because we've seen some big stances taken from the side of Buram United, securing themselves a couple of chicken dinners and full sends. They got all hands on deck as well, where we see Belmont just destroying players left, right, and center throughout the maps like Tego and many more. And of course, the biggest talking point is Newhouse Esports barely making the cut as they just inch into this finals with only 3 points higher as compared to Justice for Tomorrow. So today, I want to see whether if Newhouse Esports can actually do a whole lot more in this finals.
Yeah, that was super tight, right? Like Newhouse Esports, they only scored 1 chicken dinner, but because they're a little consistent than Justice for Tomorrow, that's why they are in the top 8, where Justice for Tomorrow, they scored 2 chicken dinners. But at the end of the day, chicken dinners are chicken dinners, that's cool, but consistency needs to be there as well. And now that they have the opportunity to be in the final stage, it's all about going for glory.
That's right, and it already guarantees these 16 teams will walk away with some amount of PGC points. And of course, those that have played in the previous PAQs, as well as some of the other majors like the Esports World Cup, they've already been stacking some numbers. We'll have to see if there's going to be any form of overtake as well. Buram United is one such team that does not have that many points right now. I mean, they've really made a statement throughout the play-ins. I want to see if they will be able to really beat the seeded teams, because now they're playing with the big guns like the Expendables that will be involved, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the teams from the BDS region will also be putting in some challenge.
Yeah, we have like big names like the Expendables, we have like OG names like Happy Squad. Well, more of their players are like OG. We all know they used to be Archangel Predator back then, but they are still playing here. So they have a lot of experience under their belt here that they will definitely bring in the final stage. And ladies and gentlemen, this will be the map rotation for today. We'll start off the day with 2 Miramars and we'll head on to Tego. We'll then move over to Rondo before wrapping the day up with 2 Erangels.
Yeah, I really do like the kind of tempo where it really builds up into a quicker run. So Miramar will set it really nice and easy for them to really navigate and first have pretty much the clear idea of how things play throughout the course of the evening. But since this is the very first time that these teams are once again going at it for one more time, so we're going to be seeing whether if there's going to be any kind of hot drops into any form of location, since we haven't seen much coming in from the seeded teams. So we'll have to see whether if these teams will be, you know, a little bit more respectful in that sense.
Ooh, game 1, day 1, already hot drops? If that happens, I can foresee a lot more revenge arc happening coming soon in the following rounds. But you never know, right? Because it's the first game. Everyone wants to set the tone. Everyone wants to have their own territory. Regardless whether it's a deliberate hot drop or not, they might just want to drop wherever they like and just stamp it down so that they will have the best possible position for themselves in the coming rounds.
True enough, of course, for most part, these teams would kind of want a steady start to build their own leads as well. You don't really want to go for those kind of 50-50s to kickstart your run, especially for teams that are a little bit more reliant on momentum, so to speak. So we'll have to really see if there's going to be, you know, certain areas that they could kind of still share in the form of like cities, like Los Angeles is big enough to actually fit 2 or so. And, you know, it's great to once again get to see some of all our familiar faces from across the region. Is we've already had so many of all these big names to really prove themselves worthy, like eArena alongside with Forest Natural Gaming, that have always been putting those big numbers out there on the board.
Yeah, and speaking about the teams, right? Like among all these teams that will be playing here today and also the rest of the finals, which team are you most looking forward to?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to a few names on this list, namely, of course, the return of some of these players coming in from Full Sends, where they've really shown us some big results coming into the play-in stages. And, you know, essentially Full Sense is the old roster of Day Trade, and I'm just really happy that, you know, they are really showing that they're no slouches whatsoever. Of course, those who are in the seeded rosters like eArena that I did mention before, alongside with probably Sharper Esports to be actually putting some good strides along the field. And of course, who can forget Theerathon 5? I mean, when we look at EWC as well as all the other runs that they've been absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, just a bit of a tease for everyone out there, right? So yesterday we had the rehearsal. We saw Theerathon 5 actually came up with 3 chicken dinners yesterday, Contra. And yeah, with a massive amount of eliminations together with it. So it will be interesting to see if that is just a warm-up for them that can carry forward to today as well. So that's something for us to look at. I personally am interested to look forward to seeing the Expendables playing. I mean, they are the current reigning world champions, and now we're building up towards the next PGC. It will be interesting to see if they can have this momentum starting from now. They can carry forward to the PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a huge storyline as well, because they've accumulated some points over the year, and it seems like they've been overtaken by, of course, Natural Gaming and also Theerathon 5. So we'll see if they could actually upkeep the pace when it comes down to how they actually play things out, alongside with some of the names that we may not have mentioned yet. I mean, if you guys are thinking, where exactly is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 𝐆𝐿? They're now known as anyone's legend. So I think they definitely will be putting quite some significant aggressive plays across the field as well. And also not forgetting 𝐿TER_EGO that's been doing so well. Even some of these members who have represented Indonesia in the PUBG Nations Cup, they've been absolutely performing throughout the past couple of months. So I'm definitely eager to see what 𝐿TER_EGO brings to the table.
Yeah, that's going to be another interesting name as well for us to observe, right? So that's a few of them. We also mentioned earlier about Newhouse Esports, who barely made it through into the final stage. And now that they are here, it's a matter of whether they can truly prove themselves here in the final stage, and they truly deserve this spot as well. So that's something for us to see. Besides Newhouse Esports, Windy Esports as well also barely made it through. They're only 1 point above Newhouse Esports during the play-in stage, so they're kind of close in terms of points collected, and whether they are able to also convert their entry here into the finals into something more of a successful run, that's something for us to watch out as well.
Yeah, you know, it's a new slate after all when we go into the... As much as some of these teams that have played in the play-ins, I feel like there's a little bit of pros and cons when it comes down to, you know, getting more games for you to really be in the groove. Whereas I believe those seeded teams have also played quite some number of scrims before getting into the finals to really have their engines running as well. But I guess with some of the play-in teams who have made some significant impact, I wonder if these teams coming from the seeded rosters will be able to, you know, contest at pretty much a higher tempo when it comes down to whichever maps that they play on.
And Contra, you have experience working with teams, right? So based on your experience and your observation, if you were to be in this tournament, in this sort of format, right, would you want to play more games, as in play the play-ins, or would you rather be one of those teams that secure a direct stage onto the final?
I mean, if your team is already that good, you should be able to really seat yourself straight into the finals, right? So the lesser games you play gives your team, you know, ample time to rest up. It's always great that, you know, you get to really study the rest of the field as well, so that you can basically make certain adjustments when it comes down to how you really want to play out certain maps, or even when it comes down to preparations on how to counter some of these maneuvers coming in from the teams who are qualifying into the spot. So you get to really set the tone in that sense.
Yeah, I do like that idea as well. And plus, if you get a direct invite into the final stage, you get to skip the play-in stage. So that means that you don't need to risk that your team might be eliminated at the play-in stage itself, so you can directly move forward and don't need to worry too much. And plus, on top of what you just mentioned as well, right? Like, you're able to look at other teams, but at the same time, you're not giving away your information on like, oh, you prefer to drop here in this kind of flight path, or you prefer this kind of rotation with this timing. You can avoid all that. You can keep that secret sauce for yourself instead of having to expose it to everyone else that will be eyeing the top spot as well in the finals.
That's true, and you know, we've been looking at the camp for quite a while. We are definitely having the players feeling really good. I mean, each teams are either situated in their gaming house. Some are also playing from their own humble votes as well. So everyone's feeling absolutely comfortable, and I'm hoping to actually see, you know, all the old guards like Finhay CERBERUS to also land some really good rounds overall. I mean, not too much has changed over the roster, where you still have staples like 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐿, 𝐼𝐴, as well as 𝘠𝑚𝑏𝑎𝑙 to first show us what they've got. And we shall wait no longer, as we will kickstart our very first round in the PAQ Grand Finals as we dive right into Miramar.
And here we go. It's going to be the first game, the game that sets the tone for the entire day. And we're going to play it off inside of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we get to see where the hot drops might be, based on the flight path that is pretty kind to all these teams.
Pretty steady tempo that we're looking at. BRU decides to go all the way down south, and most often than not, we've always seen from the past couple of seasons for eArena to always book around the quarters of Paris. So, but I'm intrigued as to who will actually secure areas like Minas Gerais, because there's absolutely tons of loot for them to actually get themselves prepared, being close towards the center as well. Well, I do notice that there's quite a bunch that's holding over onto the far western end. So that's going to be Alter Ego alongside with players coming from Finhay CERBERUS to be occupying those spaces. So can't wait to actually get into the action, as we're already taking a glimpse into Las Leones. There's about TDT as well as two other spots moving around that vicinity. And just taking a look at the Expendables as well, they're having a long open area over onto the north point of Las Leones to actually loot from, and that's going to be a steady start for the Expendables.
Yeah, not only the Expendables, right, but Team Flash as well. They get the middle of the circle, so they'll be pretty happy with that. They can take their time to loot. But generally, this is a kind circle. So all these teams, even though they're on the outside, even if they drop like further up north, it's not going to be that difficult for them to come in. In fact, if you drop all the way up north, for example, you have even more options on how to navigate this circle. All the way on the right side, follow Puerto Praiso coming in. That's not a bad option as well if you don't want to be jammed in by the potential of other teams rotating directly into the circle from the top in.
Yeah, that definitely is I mean, it definitely is a consideration. I mean, it's not too troublesome, especially when you do find yourselves a couple of all these emergency pickup, so they can also opt to stash up as many items as possible. Sharper Esports now enters the fray. They're going to be in a decent area to actually play things out, so won't be too concerned for Sharper Esports for the moment. Forest Natural Gaming, this team so far have really proven to be the Thailand's hottest prospect for the past couple of PGSs, and they're definitely looking to once again make their names known globally if they can secure themselves another good top 5 finish.
Yeah, Forest Natural Gaming, that came in directly. So this is also their first showing here at the stage of this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see how will they hold up as well, and what their current performance would be like. Of course, we have a lot of amazing teams here, amazing directly invited teams into the final stage especially. So that's where we'll get to see, are they still up for it or not? Because at least for the top 8 teams in the play-ins, we get to see how they perform. Like Burab United Esports, obviously they topped the charts, they did very well. So we kind of know that, okay, these teams, this team or some of the other teams around there, like Full Sense, like Sharper Esports, they are on top of their game right now. So it's a matter of how will they fare, like what you mentioned earlier, against all these others invited teams into this stage and whether they can hold up to it. But we're going to see a first elimination already in phase 1.
Yeah, really beautiful coverage coming from the side of Finhay Cerberus to be able to secure themselves the first blood. And Tito is already on the mark looking for a player out of NHE. Not going to reveal all too much as he's just going to be able to get a little bit more of that info to be fed back to the team. So the Expendables could actually plot something in return. Delvin might be able to actually hear those movements coming from the member of Windy Esports. So it's a little bit iffy for them to really try to pick up any form of fight right now. 𝐏𝐪𝑒𝑠 is going to be a really good spot for them to hold. I mean, we last saw them being in the zone, so I don't think that they really have to really shift all too far away. So they're just going to be hunkering down onto this quarters of 𝐏𝐪𝑒𝑠.
And also to note that the first point is given away to CERBERUS Esports. So they will open up their account here with Solozi taking that point away. But that's a very early elimination, so I don't expect much more follow-up based on the drops that we have seen earlier on. So the rest of them, we might need to wait until maybe towards the later stages of phase 2, as this is also a huge map for the teams to play.
Yeah, overall phase 1, it's all about looking for those kind of pickups. Whereas Theerathon 5, they're convoying into the north sector, and they might actually bump into HAPPIE Squad, who's currently driving by the road, and we're probably bound for a little bit of a clash. As 𝐿𝑘𝐿 turns the other way around, he does not really want to confront them all too early. As HAPPIE Squad, they're taking a little bit of a pit stop as well, so they should be able to secure themselves that form of compound. Meanwhile, the rest of Theerathon 5 happy to take the high.
Yeah, they're kind of trailing each other for now, right? But I guess at this point right now, they'll start to split. I doubt they'll want to take that fight in phase 1 when they're still rotating, when they're still trying to get into their respective prime positions. Unless they so happen to have the same prime position. Well, we'll get to see that in a little bit more as they travel into the circle. But we also have another team here that's also navigating around other teams. We have TDT Esports here. They're also trying to find their spot to call home inside the circle itself.
Yeah, everyone's looking to book the direct center, and there's a lot of all these high grounds as well as the valleys for them to really get some really good vantage points. And it seems like there's a little bit of an accident there. Dynasty actually knocking down 𝐸𝐷. I don't think it's too much of a concern. BRU should be able to get those revives done. Whereas the Expendables now ascending on top of this hill, and they're going to be able to get a glimpse out of Windy for now. And we'll see whether if the Expendables wants to open up their account. 𝐿𝑘𝐿 Flash spots some movements. Fencing a little bit of that chance, but not much of a conversion just yet.
Here's the tap. I'm not able to get a knock yet. Of course, well secured with the vehicle. But then again, another team does damage. Let's see if CERBERUS is able to get something out of this. And looks like one player of CERBERUS. And 𝐻𝐵 gets taken up by Shanks. That's going to be the second elimination, or the third elimination now.
Well, I'm not too quite sure as to what really went on, where 𝐻𝐵 just got caught out in the middle of the open. And now one member lost from the side of CERBERUS Esports. AG also having a decent form of exchange, but they've lost out U and Q this early on. At the very least, they've got themselves a little bit of cover, so they're just going to be able to hold out for the meantime. In stage 1, we're already seeing all the teams to be on board. The only few teams that's currently outside of the zone is 𝐿𝑘𝐿 as well as Sharper Esports, but it shouldn't be too much of a hassle for them to get by. back towards TDT, I think their run throughout the lanes have been pretty amazing. Though they seem to have a little bit more of that inconsistency from time to time. A lot of the teams coming from the PVC tend to have this all in or nothing kind of mindset, I would say. And we'll want to see whether if TDT can once again find those big rounds once more.
And I didn't really get to notice like how did the player from Buriram got eliminated.
Oh, the last we saw was like an accident that happened between ED as well as Dynasty, but perhaps because of that kind of accident, they might be stopped by other teams. But we'll probably get a replay of sorts eventually if it's going to be a big moment or so. Else, you know, sometimes, you know what they say,
right,
accidents do happen. But for the meantime, full sense. Putting a lot of pressure right across. Doesn't seem like there's much of a response from the side of Armory Gaming for now. Flash just really making this high ground a little bit more inaccessible towards the rest of the field, as we're finally getting an update into stage 2. Likely than not, I'm guessing that Minas Gerais will still be intact, but this one shifts into the Valley of Graveyard instead. Now there's gonna be a lot of movement, and some teams over south won't be too happy about this situation.
And here's the tap here by Hudat, but it's quite a far tap, so it's probably more of those warning shots. If you get something out of it, then that's cool. But if it doesn't, then it's a warning shot to tell the other teams that, hey, we're here. This is our territory. Don't try to take it away from us. And I believe that's a common practice as well by a lot of these teams. So it's just one of those, just to signal to the other teams around them not to come nearby. And Lambao doing pretty much the same as well. And so far for Cerberus, they've been holding this area for quite a while. And they're doing so far so good, as we see a lot of teams passing by, but nobody dares to really try to infiltrate it.
Yeah, and that shift definitely benefits Finhay Cerberus right now. So they should be getting a good glance as to who really bypasses this long stretch of a highway. AG unable to even find any avenue to trade back. They've been soaking a lot of all these bullets. I'm kind of concerned whether if they do have enough resources in the form of mets, since they've already been tagged up for quite amount of times. Of course, Natural Gaming having Olympus to scout out and about with a little bit of an aerial vision. Now, I believe that some of all these spots would be deemed to be unsafe, so he's got to really look to find a compound that's absolutely emptied out. Whereas Team Flash getting into the mix, holding over onto the high grounds of Minas Gerais. And Mike decides, you know what, it's time to reposition as he rejoins the rest of the team into the graveyard.
Yeah, look at the amount of teams around this area. Like, everybody tries to take center point in game 1. But of course, as teams take these sort of positions, if you're late into the party, then well, it's either you try to take the fight or you have to go somewhere else that might not be as favorable. So we'll see here. So far, we are at the end of phase number 2. We don't see those big fights yet. That means teams are looking to be respectful to each other in this game 1.
Yeah, you gotta start things nice and easy, but not quite so for the side of Force Natural Gaming. They full send it into the shacks, and they finally get to really hole out over onto the fields. Still close towards the north point, but they could guarantee that from where they're coming from Cristobal, it's going to be absolutely safe. So it's going to be Theerathon 5 to also be in the mix. Spots out a couple of parachutes over onto the field, so it's going to be some long-range tags in between from both ends of the teams. And Darren's just feeling a little bit cheeky to try to take down the glider, but it's going to be pretty tough on this Mark 12.
Yeah, it looks easy, but in reality, it's kind of hard to hit those shots. But of course, these are the pros that we're talking about. To them, anything looks easy. The same goes for the glider as well, done by Olympus. But we're going to see the circle shift towards the left side. We do have a decent amount of high ground, so that high ground all the way on the left side of the circle will be valuable now. You can expect to see more teams coming in from the right side in, because you don't want to go through the high ground at this stage, and that's where, right in front of us right now, it's eArena arriving. And so far so good for them. They survived. Now they got knocked by any of the players of Team Flash.
Yeah, and he's definitely making his presence known, but eArena kind of traded a little bit back. Not that he could actually do much on the red dot at M249 as well. I mean, he could actually get lucky by destroying the vehicles, but of course, a missed opportunity, you may say. eArena needs to hold still for the moment, landing themselves in a relatively decent spot over onto the southeast. Whereas TDT using vehicles as cover as they take a little bit of pit stop just by the outskirts. And you can see that teams, they're not willing to drive directly into the graveyard, knowing that there's going to be somebody out there, and it's going to be Cerberus, the Hounds, to be guarding the entire estate for the moment. So it's just a little bit of a steady pacing that we're getting here for the past 15 minutes, and finally we get a little action. Diane now knocked down by Baron.
Okay, so it's a knock, but no elimination yet. It could be a long-range one. So we'll continue to observe if there's any other follow-up from that. Oh, okay. So Brian follows up. Baron gets eliminated. Scappy, Iya out and down as well for now. And we just saw that long-range tap. Here comes CJ rushing in. He's going to lead the charge now. Here he comes, and he'll get that one knock out in the open. And CJ will lock in his elimination.
Wow. Quick work coming in from the members of Happy Squad. They've lost Iya in the process, but they find themselves a decent goal for them to really play for defense. And here comes the Martyr right into its direction. Sapal now taking down 777 out of TDT. They're going to look for those extra loots. There's going to be an air package for them to retrieve. And so far, so good for a side of Happy Squad. But they're definitely drawing a lot of attention from the outskirts. Now, the question is, how do they actually breach towards Cerberus Esports if they ever intend to? More mortars being sent up in the air, and this is going to be a cause for concern. Thankfully, not hitting the mark up against the Filipino squad.
Also, I have to point out that Forest Natural Gaming only has one player left. So nothing much you can do except to try to hold on for positioning points. But it's still going to take a while, though. We have 16 teams still intact at this moment. Let's see how long he'll be able to last. But circle update, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it pulls down for the high ground. Now it's going to be Graveyard. That is the center of the current circle.
You know, I kind of jinx Happy Squad for a little bit when I say, it doesn't seem like that mortar's landing at. And Trip actually got hit by it. It was sent from the side of Finhay Cerberus, and now it is Buram United to try to full send it into the Graveyard territories as well. And they're met with the rest of FW. FS holding down the line, and it's still a double down onto Edie as well as Khan. Forest Natural Gaming crashes out first, and they haven't received any points thus far. Tigger now going for the tags, Dynasty as well as Ruse in quite a pickle. They don't really have much room in that shack, so Tigger's just gonna be having his watchful eyes locked right around that corner.
I really love the spread by Full Sense. Like, they position themselves all around that high ground area. The moment a team passes by, they are ready to shoot. And when they shoot from 4 different directions. And when, on top of that as well, I love the coordination of shooting. They know exactly which vehicle to shoot. But now, another team seems to be eliminated. It's going to be an HE perhaps, or maybe not yet. They're getting close to the elimination, so they got to be extra careful.
Yeah, Seymour, he's been able to really put the dent on him.
There you go.
That's like, what, 3 eliminations in Seymour's hand alone. Now, that should really put out the rest of NHG for this first round. CJ18, so far, giving some signal warning to the rest of Cerberus to not push out. I don't think they really want to do so. I mean, they've got so much of that space around that graveyard territory, and it makes it so difficult for any teams to penetrate. Meanwhile, not too far off, it's going to be Full Sense, who's also marching towards the direction of Happy Squad for the moment. So 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷 watching over onto Sharper Esports, and Sharper might actually collide with those members of Rem United while Theerathon 5 hunting out in the air. Bruce could be able to find 𝐿𝑆 to be knocked down. So great hold coming from the two remaining members of BRU.
Well, time for T5 to move. Circle will close in about 20 more seconds. But we're seeing more casualties here. Buriram United, they seem to be in trouble right now. And not only this moment they're in trouble, the next phase of the circle might be big trouble for them. They need to cross the road with so many teams waiting in front of them.
Yeah, there's just not much of that space for them to work with. They kind of been able to tank out that blue zone grenade, but can they soak in another one? Those grenades will do the work, and Sharper Esports will clear the entirety of the sector. Sharper now rewarded with those 2 points, but there's still more to be done. At the very least, they've got that portion of the zone over onto the southwest. Meanwhile, Team Flash tries to fight for that space up against the rest of Full Sense right on the opposite corner.
And CJ just got knocked out by 𝐿𝑆. There goes T2 down on the ground as well, thanks to 𝐿𝑆. The Expendables now getting into action. But Sharper Esports, they're just making sure that no other team comes by. But then again, they're on the other side of the road. Most teams wouldn't want to take that kind of position. It's a risky place to be in, especially with the next phase closing in soon. And once that closes, they might not get the part of the circle on the left side of it. They need to cross the road later. For now, the best position is going to be Finhay CERBERUS. They do have this compound, they still have this spread, and they are nicely tucked within the circle. So it's a fortress for them now.
Yeah, for the rest of the teams, we're running out of options. You can see there's just barren land. Just trying to find any form of terrain to cover for the meantime. 𝐿𝑆, at least he's been able to really spot some of all these area over on the cross. So they have this form of a dip that they could actually hold out for the meantime. Full Sense, they've been in the center of the hillside. And it seems like there might just be a push towards that direction gradually. As Phase 5 is closing out within a minute's time. So these teams really gotta plot up really quickly whether if they get a little bit deeper into the zone while 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐷 going for the spray down, and they find two members of the Expendables. What a catch from the rest of Team Flash, and now they got a total of 6. But there's still more troubles up ahead. The Expendables could not outlast that situation, as the rest of Team Flash have deterred them from cutting by.
Wow, and Team Flash right now, 6 eliminations already. And there's still a lot of bodies for them to pick up more. As Hwang F also gets his own ePod eliminator with a Mini 14. And now the next piece of the circle is going to close in about 30 more seconds. I'm interested to see what's going to happen to Sharper Esports. Like, how are they going to cut across? But with the amount of commotion right now that's happening within the circle, Sharper Esports might have that opening.
Yeah, seems pretty much like it for the moment. Great spread from the rest of Anyone's Legends as they're on the far quarter. Oh, what a spray down coming from 𝐿𝑆. He heard those footsteps and immediately he responded, taking down 𝐿𝐿𝐺. Well, Elgin bot unable to really hurt some by holding inside the bowl, but 𝐿𝐴rena is on that hot pursuit to be able to push right through, and there's just no cover whatsoever for Happy Squad to outlast that form of ordeal. So now we're only left with 8 teams as Windy is the next one to bow out.
It turns out that T5 is within the circle and they're going to play the gatekeeping role against all these other teams that are trying to get in, including Sharper Esports. And 𝐿𝑆 just got taken out by Destroy. Destroy tapping it away. And 𝐿𝑆 secured. Destroy gains that point. 4 eliminations now for Anyone's Legends. But then again, Team Flash already 8 eliminations and they could potentially get more. The circle still favors them with the compound.
Yeah, they don't really have to do anything too drastic right now. All they need to do is hold out I think those kind of catches in the midst of rotation have really benefited Team Flash so far. We'll see if there's going to be any teams moving towards their direction, but for now, I think majority of the action will be over the south side. We got Anyone's Legends hit over onto the corner. They really have to fight their way in up against the rest of the arena. Lots of few, and meanwhile, Thunders found the rest of these members pretty much locked inside of that ditch. It doesn't seem like they could actually respond with all the smokes being popped up. And the rest of Chopper Esports, they got multiple angles to try to seek out Theerathon 5 on the other side.
And they're forcing their way through right now. Well, on screen is going to be 𝐏𝐷𝐻𝐼 getting a knock on the Jacob, while 𝐿𝐷𝐼 steals away the elimination point out of 𝐏𝐷𝐻𝐼's hand, and 𝐏𝐷𝐻 now is looking for revenge. He wants more out of this. And eArena, collateral damage onto them now with only one player left. Make that none. eArena eliminated.
Oh, that is just such a strong showing coming from Anyone's Legends. Now, they managed to open up a little bit more of that wiggle room, but still more big fishes to Chopper Esports on their left-hand side. On the right, it's the rest of Finhay CERBERUS, which fell off right now. Goes in for the Duke out. Straight to the dome. He shoots his shot, and he's going to be able to really find the conversion. While 𝐿𝐷𝐼 now brings a few members of FS on the ground.
And Thunders as well, currently down on the ground thanks to 𝐿𝐷𝐼. As 𝐿𝐷𝐼 looking for his next elimination. Chopper Esports, somehow most of their players are able to get into the circle to cross that road safely. Now it's only 𝐿𝐷𝐼. He was left behind to provide cover fire for his teams while they rotate inside. So great work by him, but now the challenge is for him to get in by himself. His team needs to support him as well, so he should be all right. But that one team that might be T5.
But the problem is, the Sharper are just preoccupied with all these players coming from Anyone's Legends to really draw their attention over the south. So it's kind of hard for them to actually go in for the full challenge up against Theerathon 5. Well, Tanadol hides in between. Doesn't seem like he could actually move too much. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 now lands a lot. Not quite enough down just yet. They did manage to call in for a couple of emergency covers to also provide them with a little bit more of a defense. While 𝐿𝐷𝐼 may not have spotted out that full sense member hiding inside the shack for such a long time.
Oh, Patapong for T5, okay? They have their compound, but then again, does not mean they're safe. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 took out Patapong. Oh, now T5 losing one player. That could be an opening for other teams to breach in and to take over the compound out of T5's hands.
What a shot coming in from 𝐿𝐷𝐼 with the Lings. 2 taps all it took to take out 𝐷𝑇 Jr. And we've talked about CERBERUS' perfect positioning for such a long time, and finally they get into the fold, locking out those teams by the far corner. This is just gonna get for some of these members over onto the far edge. Theerathon 5 wasn't really getting themselves in the best space possible. As much as they really want to challenge Chopper Esports, they don't really have enough cover to really hold out. Now it's already 7 points for Chopper Esports as they draw closer and closer to the top 4. And there goes a knock and an opportunity for 𝐿𝐷𝐼 to also find another one to be converted.
Hey, he's marching forward. He sees his target, scopes in, and not pulling the trigger yet. Trigger discipline, looking for the right opportunity. And here comes the spray from afar. He does put in a bit of damage, but not enough to knock down anyone yet. As for CERBERUS, currently still inside the circle, but they have to deal with another team. They don't want to share this compound. They do know they have neighbors around this area, but it's not going to be easy to navigate around this building to try to find them.
It's just pretty ridiculous that nobody gets to punish CERBERUS Esports so far. 2 members on the Lynx, and they've been really dealing big blows, one after another. That funnel, Memphis long as in return, but he could not find a second knock. Almost clutching it out. But CERBERUS stands tall. And now it's only down to CERBERUS as well as Chopper Esports with the most numbers to fight for that chicken dinner, while Full Sense still has one member remaining. We'll see if he will be able to just convert a couple of points or be a thorn in the flesh up against the other two squads.
And look at 𝐴𝐴 Esports from a fairly difficult position. On the other side of the road, they're able to make it into the top 3, and they still maintain 3 players. So they still have a chance to score this chicken dinner. But of course, for CERBERUS, they're a full team, they're a full squad. They do have the manpower here. Let's see what will happen. But 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷, before that, we'll finish off the final player. That's going to be Tanadol, eliminator, leaving us with 2 teams left.
Sharper Esports so far, guns blazing. They've been able to really wrap around the edges and found themselves so many great fights up against Theerathon 5 and also anyone's legends. And now we'll see whether they can overcome the demons that are CERBERUS Esports. Finhay CERBERUS now on the assault, keeping Thunders at bay on the low ground, and that's not quite enough. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 now on the hunt, and he's looking for the final member remaining, and this will be the first chicken dinner in the hands of Finhay CERBERUS.
Finhay CERBERUS, who played in the middle of the circle with the compound as their fortress. They held on to it when many teams circled around looking to take away the compound, but they managed to hold on to that precious spot while shooing away all the other teams and finally landing this chicken dinner with a full squad towards the end, not giving away a single point to any other team.
What a way to set the tone right. Finhay CERBERUS so far have just shown us incredible defense, and on top of that, on how well they've actually hold out such a vast space across the field. Of course, we'll check out the highlights to elaborate a little further after this.
And that's going to be the first chicken dinner in the final stages, set by Finhay CERBERUS by playing in the middle of the circle with the compound. Is that going to be a meta moving forward? Something for us to observe later on. And 𝐶𝐁𝐆, what do you think about the first game?
Yeah, I think that majority of these teams have pretty much the similar read coming into those stage 3, stage 4 kind of zones, but it really seemed like it was too difficult to play things out or even find any space to really take cover from, because you take a look at that vast landfill, it's just a lot of all these things to consider, whether if you're playing through the highway like Sharper Esports, or if you're going to be playing on the hillside where there's ample teams who's been booking those spots. One such example was like HAPPIE squad. They did manage to find quite a number of kills, but it was so difficult for them to really hold out because there's all these other elevated areas of the high ground that they could not really get any form of safety net from.
Yeah, and personally, I was impressed with how Sharper Esports actually played this round. Number one, they won the compound fight on the left side of the circle, but there was only very little space within the circle. And at some point, we kind of knew that, okay, the circle is definitely going to shift away. They need to cross the road. It's going to be difficult by them because there were all other teams around them. But I guess what kind of helped them in that gameplay or in that campaign or in that moment was that all the teams, they were like distracted with each other. Like they were fighting each other at the south, especially, and somewhat in the middle of the circle. So that gave them a little bit of room to move into the circle when the timing was right.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's also a lot of all these great catches coming in from certain teams. And one such example was Team Flash. They just detonated the entirety of those members of the Expendables, where you saw how difficult it was to really find that space if you're going to be a little late. So it's rather risky on taking your vehicles to just run into the next upcoming zone when that matters sense if you move into stage 4, stage 5 onwards. So I'm hoping to see better adjustments coming in from the Expendables because they didn't exactly get to play the game last round.
Yeah, it was difficult for them, right? They tried to get into the circle or more towards the inner side of the circle towards the later stages, but by that time, there was just too many teams in the circle already locking their own position, like whether they have a compound or they have a bit of elevation that will give them that view of whoever or whichever team that is coming towards their direction. So the Expendables, they kind of got caught out because of that as well. I remember seeing them like, okay, they were traveling on a vehicle, but then they were shot by so many teams around that have locked in their own position within the circle. So it was quite a hard play for the Expendables.
It definitely was. And out of that round itself, I think like we've seen a lot of impressive fights overall, especially anyone's legends. They have to plow through eArena. They have to fight Sharper Esports. I think it was absolutely commendable. I mean, them being pinched in between and still finding a couple of points out of that round was so far great coming in from that said team. But I'm looking at some of these Sealed Squad. They haven't really shaken off the rust just yet. Whereas you saw big numbers coming out of some of these noble teams coming in, like Happy Squad that has been able to really find a little bit of that rhythm at the very least. Theerathon 5 also had a lot of involvement in the early game, but I think like it fizzles out quickly because they were really pinched towards that crease where they were trying to find themselves a little bit more of that space, but Sharper Esports just got that perfect bird's eye view. So I really want to see what goes down on the next Miramar run though, since we're going back to back over onto these maps. So hopefully we get to see a different scenario for the teams to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, speaking about a bird's eye view, obviously we got a bird's eye view of generally where every team likes to play in round number 1, which is, in my observation, in the middle of the circle. They try to rotate as quickly as possible to the center part of the circle. And by stage 2, we already see a lot of the key spots being occupied, and that's where it was difficult for some of the latecomers to get into the circle. By then, they must take fights. Now, we didn't really get to see that many compound crashes and that kind of CQC sort of fights. And I guess that's because of with this circle, there's a lot of open land. By the time you want to travel to get into the circle, you've been gunned down. So you don't get that opportunity to just crash in, send all 4 vehicles into one building to try to take it over, just because of how open this circle is at some point of the stage.
Yeah, and to your point, that's the reason why Cerberus Esports have been able to benefit. I mean, you saw what Solozzi did. He took the links, he just basically scout all around. It's like, oh, moving cars? Great, I got a links with me. And on top of that, when it is a small enough of a space, you saw the rest of Cerberus started to get a little bit more active. They weren't just going to be waiting inside of the graveyard hoping for teams to crash upon them. So they really took charge. And once they actually spread out, you could see that it was just a very swift run for them to just secure all these former knocks. And overall, Finhay Cerberus absolutely impressive on how they've been able to really read the entirety of the field so well, despite some may argue, oh, they got the best spot possible. I mean, they sort of work for it, so I would say it's well-deserved of a win.
Yeah, and now that we're going to repeat Miramar again, right, after this, because it's the first game, generally everyone's trying to get a feel of how this lobby would be like what kind of trend they might do, or what kind of gameplay it might be, and so on and so forth. So I believe that there will be major shifts in terms of how this game will be played by a lot of these teams. Even if you give a similar circle, even if you give the same spot, open circle, 100% land, that kind of circle, I'm sure the timings will be very, very different for majority of these teams. But of course, if we want to see a variety for us as casters, as viewers, I like to see a different kind of circle. Lots of flat land in the first Miramar, maybe the second Miramar, perhaps a lot more hilly areas will be kind of interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really hoping to actually see. Some of all these technical battles in between. This is a little bit too rowdy to my liking for how it actually conclude. Where teams, they were just crashing out one after another from stage 5 onwards. So, of course, CERBERUS Esports, they managed to take the big W with a lot of involvement coming from 𝐿𝐷𝐿, where he was on top of the cemetery roof, and he's been able to get quite a number of picks with a total of close to 700 damage being done, so that's a total of 690. And just see how active he was. He's got like a total of 7 knockouts throughout the run as well, so he's been really putting a dent onto all the other teams that were hoping to get anywhere close by the graveyard.
And other than CERBERUS, we also have Sharper Esports, we have Team Flash, as well as FS here, as well as our top 4 other teams. And the amount of eliminations, it looks like none of them actually scored a double digit except for CERBERUS with 12. Now, what interests me as well with this stat is that we have 2 teams here with a full squad time of 1 minute 3 seconds and 2 minutes 55 seconds, but still able to get up here as the top 4. So that's a commendable approach by these teams.
Yeah, it definitely shows that it was quite intense on how things actually played out, especially what you mentioned. A lot of these teams just love to book the center stage. So that being said, though, the journey will continue with CERBERUS now leading the charge, but it isn't too significant of a gap if we actually take a look at, you know, all the points to be tabulated. Of course, Sense and the rest of the field have been able to also find big conversions in the form of kill margins, so they should be able to really keep up to the pace of what Finhay CERBERUS sets right now, with a total of 22 points acquired in the span of a round.
Now, speaking about keeping up, right, we did talk about like Buriram United Esports becoming the play-in champions. But their first round, unfortunately, no points at all for Buriram United Esports. So hopefully they'll be able to bounce back in the upcoming match. Same goes for Forest Natural Gaming, not able to bring in a single point this round. So a lot of work to do for these 2 teams, because let's remember, in the final stage, it's all about getting the top 3.
True enough, and of course, this is just the very first round, so hopefully they'll get a little bit more of a rhythm moving into our second match of Miramar, which will be kicking off in just a couple of moments. And then later, jumping into Takeover would be a little more interesting, where we saw earlier there's already mortars being shot in the mix of the field, and it was Happy Squad that receives a big detonation coming from CERBERUS. So we would definitely see maybe a little bit more of those kind of utility usage across those mid-rotation of the map. So looking at the rest of these teams so far, I think like all we really have to make adjustments on is, you know, the timings of the rotation, and whether if they have to really go for fights instead of just sending 4 members in that same vehicle, which you saw it didn't result well for BRU, it didn't result well for Forest, nor even the Expendables. I think for BRU the circumstance was a little bit different, where on that early span of the round I was kind of curious as to, you know, what really went down. You did ask as well, okay, they lost 1 member, but for how we didn't really see anyone shooting towards them. So hopefully, if it's gonna be any form of like latency stuff, they will get it sorted as well. So we'll have to see if these teams will be able to, you know, follow suit to really keep up to the tempo now being set by Finhay CERBERUS.
Yeah, again, it's a learning, right? Like, even if you don't do well in game 1, if you are like Forest Natural Gaming and Buriram that did not bring in a single point in game number 1, but it's a learning. You get to see like, oh, how many or how these players actually play in general. Like, oh, this is their timing, this is their trend, they want to go into the middle, and so on and so forth. So you can make the right decisions for yourself in the upcoming match. And that's the beauty about playing the same map back to back, is that you can quickly readjust again. But because we're talking about PUBG, right, you have like 16 teams. So if one team changes, it becomes a domino effect. Everybody will need to change as well. And that's the beauty of PUBG itself here. No one strategy can truly work out. You have to be very versatile to adjust to what is happening at that current moment.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the games, where we've seen so many crazy stuff coming in from all veteran teams. I would dare say that, we've seen all these teams from the past couple of seasons to really put on some of all the big numbers out there. And I would say Finhay Cerberus, they're just about getting started. If you were to really give them even more advantages on this, maybe high ground range or so, I think that they will look even scarier. So, of course, we'll have to see as we get ourselves ready for round 2 here in the PUBG APAC qualifiers grand finals.
And here we go, game number 2, the game that we will see a lot more adjustment after these teams got a taste of what it's like from game number 1. Of course, we're back onto Miramar this time, and it's going to be a very different flight path as compared to before. Earlier, it was a vertical flight path. This time, it's going to be a horizontal flight path, but it's still cutting across the map. So every team would have the opportunity to jump into their regular drop spot, perhaps directly, or they can even avoid other teams into going to their regular drop spot. And if that's going to be the case, we might see a similar start to how we saw in game number 1, where everybody has their own territory, unless somebody wants to start World War III.
Well, a little too early if you ask me. Not too sure if it's a little sensitive to get into those kind of topics, but hey, we are also getting a very interesting start over on the far west. You get to see that 𝐏𝐿 is kind of in between some members of the side of AG as well as Sharper Esports, while Forest opts to start over the corner of Alcantara. Over on the midfields, I think it's the same usual suspect, and the ones Legends will firmly hold Picado, but over onto the south side, it seems like Full Sense is going to be stretching a little further down into 𝐶𝐿𝐷, so they will be able to at least get some really good boosts from that point onwards. Now, BRU, they got the benefit of the zone. Maybe this time around, that could earn them quite a number of points.
Ooh, I noticed that Windy Gaming, if you look at where they are, Impala and also one player somewhere in the middle of the circle, rather far from their team, from the rest of the team. Looks like they're deploying a slightly different strategy. And obviously when you drop, you don't know where the circle will be. It takes like maybe about a minute after that, and then the circle reveals itself. And so happened that one player from Windy Gaming is in the middle of the circle. So he can be a marker for the rest of his teammates to come towards his direction, knowing that it is still clear. Unless a team were to take over that position, that is going to be a different story. But as of now, they surely know that in the middle of the circle is okay. If they want to take that spot quickly, they can do so.
Yeah, and if they really want to stay put in Impala, they could absolutely do just that. So, Sharper Esports, the runner-ups of the last round, really showing some high firepower. And we saw how well 𝐏𝐿𝐷 worked in tandem alongside with 𝘰𝑗 in order to really create that space. Even with one of them being zoned out, they hold their own just fine. So, Sharper Esports, I'll keep my eyes pretty much locked in on them throughout the entire run. I mean, they've got 8 elimination points from that past round. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not at all. And it was a second place finish as well for them. So they're pretty okay. 14 points collected. That's a good start. In fact, we only have 4 teams with a double digit now, but that's okay. It's only round number 1. So this round, we can expect to see the overall chart to still go up and down for most of these teams. But of course, we did talk about teams like Buriram United and also Forest Natural Gaming. Those are the teams that we want to observe how they will play in this round and how they can collect back the points. Especially for me personally, for Buriram United Esports being the play-in champions, I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of expectation for them to perform.
Sure enough, I mean, these guys are the ones with a hefty amount of PGC points being accumulated throughout the past couple of circuits. And it'll be a sad story if they do not get their hands onto the PGS-9. I mean, all they really have to do is perhaps make it into a top 8 scenario. They should be able to at least find themselves in a comfortable spot. But then again, it's only 3 slots over the span of this weekend to be acquired by these respective teams. And Team Flash now are already making a move. And right along the corner is going to be those members of the Expendables to do exactly the same. We'll want to see whether this is going to be a big brawl to kick things off. Shots now already being fired. But does it seem like the rest of the Expendables are even phased to even look for contests?
Yeah, I guess they're not interested to take that fight because it's still early. You don't want to risk going out at this stage because you still have 16 teams. If you happen to win the fight, that's great. But if you don't, then it's 0 placement points. So for the most part, it's a lose-lose situation. So that's why they decided to just, okay, let's just focus on getting into the circle, get into our prime position, and hold that spot. And in my opinion, I think they should, because they are still considerably early to get into the circle.
Yeah, Truck Stop seems very, very occupied right now. Not only is Buriram United there, there's also the rival NHE, and Ruse is already at it, securing the first blood for Buriram United. And the rest of NHE unable to even try to formulate a response. They're sending Diane to have a quick glimpse. Ruse on that Dragunov. I believe he spotted one. Oh, there's a little bit of a close shot right there. Not quite enough, but hey, eventually Diane trades back with M24 straight to the head.
Okay, that's interesting. And looks like a bit of a fight for territory here between these two teams. And it doesn't look like anyone from Buriram is able to save Riz. So he might be eliminated here. It's just a matter of time while he's held hostage by 𝐿𝑗𝐿. If any player from Buriram United actually goes for him, then the opposing side will be ready.
Timothy tries to hold them in their position. As NHE is pushing out to try to secure the point, and Timothy unable to find a knock. Diane's just gonna be able to retrieve what he has been able to acquire. Now 𝐿𝑗𝐿 also finding another one in the back, and BRU, one after another, taken down. And it seems like it's a similar situation that went down back in game 1, where they are contested and they could not find any form of avenues to fully commit to the fight.
It's just too bad for Buriram United. After scoring the first blood for themselves, now they are only left with 2 players. And if anyone were to come to this compound, then they don't have the numbers to defend. It's going to be difficult for them. However, the good news for Buriram United is that this compound has a bit of elevation. So if any incoming team, they would have first preemptive look and they can prepare themselves. But with only 2 players, there's only a limited amount of preparation that you can do.
Yeah, and it's still plenty of time to go throughout this final round in Miramar. When you have full stack all across the field, it is rather difficult for BRU to play as aggressively as they want to. So they have to hold back. The only reprieve they got is that they are smack dab in the zone. Whereas Happy Squad! Vehicles on fire. 𝐿𝑗𝐿 once again knocked down. It's going to be 𝐸POD's effort that finds that perfect spot. And 𝐸POD also getting traded back. One member down from 𝑊indy, while Happy Squad tries to lick their wounds at the very same time. Quick work coming from the side of 10 Trip to try to push right through, finding more and more out of 𝑊indy members.
And here we have 10 Trip here with the nade sent into the building, but nobody's home. He does have a smoke of his own, and now the focus is to save his teammate. And he should be able to do so. He does have backup on the other side as well. 𝑠apao here, still within the building. So both sides, they will reset for now. And 𝑠apao, as much as he wants to push outside to secure those elimination points, he can't really do so because information is still scarce.
Yeah. 𝑊indy over aggressive, but they do manage to spot out 𝐿𝑗𝐿 bots by the corner. Great flank coming from Marcus. And that also draws some attention coming in from the rest of these spots along the vicinity. Sapao looking to see if he could actually find another member of the Happy Squad. They're not really pushing through here just yet, as they do respect that space. And Ia eventually finds Marcus, immediately turns him down.
Well, at the same time, they allow Happy Squad to reset as a full squad right now. And because Happy Squad, they are back into the game. Now they're looking to take over this compound. First, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 taken out. And now they're looking to eliminate the rest of them here. Only one more on the other side. Sprays coming in by Ia, but they can still go for the wraparound. Not going to be a problem since they have a full squad. But now Ia is the last man standing. Oh, man. Looks like this might be it, but no. It's still Windy Esports, eliminated by Happy Squad.
They got a little help coming from Vanny, you know? I'm not quite sure where exactly TDT was at, but they were absolutely safe by the bell. Happy Squad, they now get to go on that full reset. Wow. That could have been a big 50-50 swing, and now here comes the nades. TDT wants in. They're not happy by securing one. They want even more up against Happy Squad. That nade connects. Is it going to be more members of TDT to commit?
Wow, Hwang F just by himself, lobbing nades into the building, getting knock after knock. And now he just goes away? Okay. Alright, I thought that he would have called his teammates to finish up the job, but I guess they have other plans in mind.
He just loves to play these kind of spoilers. But we're going to move over on to Buriram United instead, as they're eyeing out teams that are moving into the truck stop. A little harder to do now that they're only having 2 members left. NHE was the one that take claim earlier, so they're just making sure that NHE does not push through. Full sense, last round was seeing some big elimination numbers as they acquired a total of 10 points. This time, taking it nice and easy throughout the first 2 phases. I don't see a need for them to really go in for any form of flood into the center as well. They got themselves some nice compounds to work with. Meanwhile, Alter Ego is kind of knocking on their doors, though. Some damage being done onto Flash, I do believe that to be. And instantly, they have to fall back as more of these teams are also traversing into the fields to look for a challenge.
It looks like Alter Ego is no longer interested to take over the compound held by Full Sense. But they'll let that one go for now and they'll focus onto somewhere else, which I think is okay. Because last we checked, there's also other teams looking at that compound. So you don't want to be either third party or be knocked by a long range by another team. And now we move over to T5. They have a high ground of their own here. And right in front of them is going to be Happy Squad in the last warehouse that we saw. And Happy Squad, unfortunately, they lost a couple of players from the previous engagement. To be exact, 1 player. But with 3 players, we've seen it time and time again, Contra, that teams can still score the chicken dinner. So as much as Happy Squad, they want a full team. But with 3 players, I guess it's still all right.
Yeah, and, you know, we've casted for some of all these old tournaments back in 2018 where we've seen CJ18, Elgin Bots. This seems like the same roster that has never been broken, and this has been their best year so far. I mean, even in the Nations Cup, we've seen some great results coming from Team Philippines, and a vast majority of it consists of Happy Squad members. Ranger X now gets a catch. I think I kind of glazed them a little bit too much. Ia getting shot by the member of Theerathon 5.
Ooh, and will T5 just push in? Okay, they are planning so, though. Probably going to create that smoke bridge to just rush in. Ia is just too far away from his other teammates. And unfortunately, will not be safe. Ranger X will lock in that elimination point. It's going to be the first point for T5.
Beautiful work from long range. And we get a glance of the mini-map right now. As it goes further into the fields, in between truck stop is still going to be absolutely playable. So BRU does not really have to go for any form of hard shift. Crick got himself into trouble now that he secures himself the package loaded with a P90 in hand. So hopefully that's going to be worth it for all the troubles that they put themselves into. While Flash takes his sweet time, pops all the tires from 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄, so they could be staying put for quite some time. Do have a little bit of a bold terrain for them to really take form for now. So, for most part, 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄, they're not going to be going anywhere too far off for at least another minute or so. The rest of Team Flash, they've been so actively looking for this kind of picks. And 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄 have been hearing all the ruckus over on the other side is that they could not find avenues to trade back, and the mortars are already being sent in.
Okay, if it lands, then 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄 could be gone here, but now Happy Squad, we're going to focus on them. CJ gets knocked. 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑛trip is going to be the final player, but 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑛trip failed to take over. That small shack. Dynasty was one to take him out. In fact, it took two different teams to eliminate Buram United.
Wow.
Oh, Happy Squad that was.
It was so difficult for them to really get out of that equation. Just like that. The dust has not settled yet.
Ooh.
Where exactly is it coming from is the big question. All the way sent from downtown. And thankfully, nobody gets caught out of 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄. They're going to be trading back and forth up against the rest of Armored Gaming across the road. Whereas eArena have always been watching for some time now. We'll have to see if there's going to be any form of a shift where we're finally getting Sharper Esports to also join all the way from the North Point. Now tags over the 𝘓𝑠. This is going to be a little bit of trouble. We saw Forest to be quite close by. And it's going to be NHE to be the ones that secures the compound. So it is going to be a tough challenge if these teams are looking to breach into that SID territory.
Tigger trying to find this angle against Trick. Managed to get himself into the shack, so he's okay for now. But too bad for him, his vehicle is smoking up. But anyway, he is somewhere within the middle of the circle, so he's going to be okay there for now. Not really needing the vehicle. But we'll see where the circle will take us. Most of the teams on the left side of the circle at this moment, and if it's going to be a hardship towards the right, there's going to be a good amount of teams that can play the gatekeeping role. And looks like a bit of a shift towards the right side. Majority of the teams will now need to come in.
And Forest really gets to gatekeep both NHE as well as Sharper Esports at the very same time. They're on that high ground, so it is not going to be an easy task for Sharper to find an opening to even get anywhere close to the zone. You gotta fight their way out while Full Sense. They come in from the south, so the only form of troubles that they might actually find themselves in is to bump into eArena or the Expendables, who's already occupying those territories. And take a look at that. One member planted over onto the high grounds. So that's going to be a very cheeky move coming from the Expendables, but we go back to Team Flash. A lot of action taking place. Dynasty tries to run over the field, and 𝐿𝑇𝑒𝑔𝐄 just ran out of bullets, unfortunately.
Yeah, he had to reload at that moment. But I guess it's okay. You can still continue to put pressure on the other side. I would say that they, at some point, we need to put a little bit more attention to the teams trying to come in from the outside, since they have a compound close by the ring of the circle. So it might be a spot that some of these teams might want to take over. And that includes Sharper Esports arriving around the corner.
Trying to find him staying around the restaurant. And the rest of Sharper Esports somehow found that leeway to just get a free drive over onto that area. I believe the rest of NHE, they don't really have all too many angles to work with, and they just kind of swerve right across. Delvin now lands that grenade onto Town Hall and quickly secures one for the team. Well, Flores pins one more member down, so it seems like the rest of Full Sense are currently under threat.
And Larry gets Belmov, eliminating him. eArena in action as well. Now we're going to get a bird's eye view here of what's happening with the Expendables. We have Darwin here alone though. His other teammates around the corner as well, and they're going to put focus on the FS. Now this nade by Darwin will be sent across. No angle for him to land the nade into the building, but still able to find that opening, taking out Tigger just like that.
That trajectory Perfectly calculated. Meanwhile, over a hillside, NHE pushes through. Finds two members of the side of Arbor Gaming instantaneously. Opons doing some chip damage to Analyst Legends, and Shanks now with P90. He gets one, and that's two.
Oh!
Just enough to take out the entirety of New House Esports.
Well, not enough time to save his teammate though, but then again, he needs to also figure out how he's going to survive the next phase. As we will see, phase number 5 coming in soon. Move towards the northern side. We have Forest Statue Gaming in the circle. This is the kind of circle that they want.
Yeah, they've been holding over on high grounds for a very long time. Sharper Esports. We're happy that they don't really have to move too far off. But wrapped around the corner. So the members of Theerathon 5. So they still have to fight their way out of this. And once Legends, once again, pit by the very tight corner. They got pressure from all sides. There's 𝐿 watching from right down under and Chiprit. Oh, he's sneaking in to destroy the entirety of the team. What on earth went down right there? And now, Team Flash looking to also capitalize on this mix-up. That's one member looking for two. And Tilo with a perfect spray transition finds those members out of the squad of Indonesia. And now we're only left with 9 teams.
Oh man, Nurin stole that point away out of Tidui's effort. Just like that, the point is given to eArena instead. And now Sharper Esports in action. This is the move that we kind of expected to happen. Sharper Esports crashing in to try to take over that compound, get into the circle.
There we go. Watchful eyes of Theerathon 5 also looking to nab a couple of points. 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 goes in, and Tidoi with a huge bang to send out some of these members of Sharper Esports. And now down to 𝘉𝑗 as well as 𝐿𝑗𝑑𝑖. Can they actually hold down the line? Team Flash nade it down, and they prevail.
And this compound is now taken away by Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, so far so good for them. Playing the same kind of tactics as compared to the round before, from the outside coming in as a later team, and not a problem for them to take over compounds. And now they have this area as their fortress. Their next challenger could be CERBERUS, who wants to come in even further.
That nade coming from 𝘉𝑗 was absolutely clutch. It was unbelievable. Sharper Esports could have actually been worse off if he didn't throw that one out. Meanwhile, a lot of space being emptied out. Forest Natural Gaming hosted the rec center. These teams who's been able to go for those grand reset now looks to see if they could eventually rock up to challenge Forest Natural Gaming. And they've heard some footsteps right across from Theerathon 5. But the question is, can they actually find the angles though? The rest of Sharper Esports now lick their wounds and eventually find themselves in the mix between CERBERUS as well as eArena.
Okay, Chibrit now taking damage from the blue as well. Able to heal up in time for now. But there's still a lot waiting for him in front. One knock. But then again, he can't finish it because he needs to heal as well. So much to consider, but unfortunately this time not able to heal up in time, and Chibrit goes out to the zone.
Well, he's already done just about enough damage to those members of Ambulance Legends, but a very commendable effort where he's been spending too much time over onto the blue zone. If he was given maybe one more second, he might be able to pass. Of course, now we're only down to 7. Theerathon 5 now spots out some members out of Finhay CERBERUS. And Duckboy managing to land a perfect grenade over onto Thunder, so that's one member down from the side of Sharper Esports. They're inside the compound, they should be able to get those revives done. 𝐿𝑗𝑑𝑖 still keeping an eye out for Finhay CERBERUS on the hillside. And the moment he actually pops his body out, you can see sure focus out of Finhay, straight right back. eArena looking to pick up those members, running out of the open. The Expendables got no spacing over onto this descent. And I'm hoping that they do have a couple of smokes for them to run over onto those open spaces because they are absolutely vulnerable to eArena.
Well, speaking about vulnerability, look at their CERBERUS. still on the outside of the circle. The blue is starting to close onto them, but they still need to cut across two teams. eArena and HAPPIE Esports will be waiting for them by the edge of the circle. It's going to be an almost impossible task here for CERBERUS to come in.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard for them to really get out of the crosshairs of eArena as well. The rest of Finhay still has the blue zone creeping up. And in phase 6, I don't think they will be able to manage with whatever resources that they do have. Whereas, back towards the side of Theerathon 5 versus Forest Natural Gaming, they call for the emergency covers as they're looking to just push through the roadside. Sending Laser X on the forefront while Olympus!
Oh!
Wow. He isolates his target, but he gets blinded out! 25 HP left! But the backup has arrived in the form of June. TDT! They join in the party. And Forest Natural Gaming, they try to take a turtle stand. 𝐏𝐿𝐴 barely surviving. Van 9 finds Olympus. Now this is a very tough space for the rest of Forest to even find any room to take cover of.
We'll expect more to come from the Expendables as well as 𝐿𝑊𝑖N gets Baron. CERBERUS will be eliminated as well. And 𝐿𝑊𝑖N will lock in another elimination point for the Expendables. While the circle will shift again. And it goes towards the left side. Teams on the right side, we have at least 3 of them still there. They will need to fight their way through to get in. That means canceling out each other.
And eArena has got the full control of the zone right now. They're on the high ground. They don't really have to move out that space. Meanwhile, all the other teams from the far east corner, they're locked and loaded. And
no!
He trades, but 𝐿𝑊𝑖N was left with 4 HP. And somehow, he's still breathing. It's absolute madness that we're witnessing here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, it was so close. It was such a tight one. Only 4 HP left. At some point, I thought that June would have got it, but it was just unfortunate for him. But great work by 𝐿𝑊𝑖N. Quick mechanical moves. But speak about another mechanical move. It's going to be 𝐏𝐿𝐴 getting one for himself. And then the 2 more in front of him. The 2 members of the Expendables will need to be taken out first. But they do have the numbers. They do have the high ground. And the Expendables will still stand tall against Forest Natural Gaming.
The PGC champions now find their big strides in this round of Miramar. And they still have a 4 stack. Not even dented throughout all the fights that they've been taking. They've got like, what, 7 points of elimination so far. Fluky. Hiding right underneath the noses, but they are definitely smelling his presence. And 𝐿𝑊𝑖N. Quick peek was what was needed, and taboo's been able to take the 2 other members down. And Theerathon 5, they are an absolute goner. The Expendables now gets a total of 11, and perhaps more to go as they challenge the rest of eArena on the hillside.
And that's going to be their next focus right now. eArena, they only have Jacob here. The other members of eArena, they're on the other side, so he has to deal with the Expendables pretty much all alone. The support fire is going to come in from the other hillside. They managed to get a knock on the 𝐷𝑢. That's going to be the start of eArena against the Expendables as 𝐿𝑊𝑖N tries to get his next target, but not able to get a knockdown yet. Still, the Expendables, they can reset.
There's still plenty of space for eArena to play this one out. The zone quickly shrinks. 10 seconds to go. 𝐿𝑊𝑖N now finds some space and he gets the knock on the J-Die! What a huge number that he's doing up against those members of CERBERUS Esports. He also gets a quick restock as well. Great tag team coming out of the side of the Expendables and Thunders. He's got to find any form of a contact possible. Now, that's 1 member spotted from eArena, but 𝑒𝑟𝑔𝐷! Oh, that was a little too close. But taboo, he's even sharper. And CERBERUS Esports now tries to find a little bit of cover for the meantime. And TE, they claim that high ground. And this is just a really split formation that eArena is playing from that does not fully benefit them.
But eArena, they still have a full squad, so anything can happen now. We're coming on to phase number 9 soon. Phase 8 is going to start to close in about 10 more seconds. 𝐿𝑊𝑖N is still on the ground, bleeding out. I doubt he can be saved. His teammate is just too far away from him. And plus, he's on the other side of the road. So for Thunders, it's going to be his last run here. Unless he can somehow make it. But it's still going to be a very difficult run for Thunders.
Yeah. Now that 𝐿 gets a little bit of reset, that's going to be a great pin down from the side of Delwyn. And the problem right now for the Expendables is to find those isolated members of 𝐿. They're going to deal with Opons first and foremost, but Jacob's going on a push. He's got a P90 in hand. This is not going to be an easy task. The rest of the Expendables running out of space, but they will try to create one. Delwyn with another clutch grenade, as they will be able to propel forward. And now it's down to 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑥 to hold down the line.
Oh, 𝐿𝑜RIOUS needs to heal up. He's the final player for the Expendables right now. That's still active, but he does not have the high ground, and he will be taken out. And it's going to be none other than eArena with a full squad to claim Chicken Dinner number 2 today.
An absolutely beautiful round one from eArena. You saw how difficult it was for all the teams to really find any good form of space to play out. And the Expendables, they just run through teams after teams, playing from the edges, and that was absolutely impressive. But they just ran out of room, where eArena conquered the vast majority from phase 7 onwards. Wow. I think we really have to look back into how this one played out for eArena. I mean, the first initial catches they got was pretty impressive, and of course, this big win sends eArena to the podium spot.
Not giving away a single point to any other team while bringing in the chicken dinner for themselves. The high ground definitely gave them a good advantage, Contra.
Yeah, they definitely benefited from those point of elevation, but what was really impressive was how the Expendables paved their way throughout all these massive fights, where they're definitely down to really scrap from teams after teams, and they got like what, 14 eliminations? I kind of lost count halfway through, so we'll have to look at the leaderboards later on. And I think there's so many clutch moments in this matchup. Even Chibrit's Hail Mary send towards anyone's legends, nobody saw it coming. He snuck right through the blue zone and just eliminated the entirety of AL.
Yeah, there were a lot of good moments here, right? There was that moment at the warehouse as well that featured the Happy Squad. Yeah, that warehouse moment, and then towards the end as well, that featured the Expendables too. I mean, this is where the Expendables, they start to make this comeback, right? They are world champions for a reason. Even though they had just an okay round in the first round, but it didn't really seem to affect them in round number 2.
Yeah, and this was what I was hoping to actually see out of the Expendables, where the first round, yeah, everybody got caught in a mix of that rotation. But when they actually go on foot and start hunting out, you saw how clinical they've executed teams after teams. And I don't even want to list out which one they struck down. I mean, they just do it so quickly. So even Sharper Esports, they have a great control over the nerf as well as the ease. You saw how they actually take that wide swing from the far south to eventually collapse upon those members. And I think majority of the damage was coming in from both Delwyn as well as Tanvu to be the tandem to be able to really find so many of all these points back to the hands of the Vietnamese squad. So they are looking absolutely good. So of course, the fans who were worried for game one, they won't be worried any longer.
Yeah, and they got like what, 12, 13 eliminations or so. It's a big number. It's a big number. But of course, we're not going to take away the spotlight from eArena, who did well by taking a very good position. And I like their 3-1 formation as well. Like they sent one player on the other side while three of them, yeah, it looked like they are very far and maybe they can't support each other, but actually they can support from afar. And that was good enough. And that's how they kind of held down the Expendables from taking over the high ground on the right side. So gotta give credit where credit is due to eArena as well in terms of how they coordinated their gameplay. It was really nice.
Yeah, I certainly agree, especially having those members over onto the far western side to really provide just about enough support. And they absolutely understood the assignment, right? Like, all they really have to watch out for is on which side are the Expendables going to be popping from, whether if it's on the low ground area or the high ground, which over on the other side of the spine of the hill, it is harder for the rest of the Expendables to eventually look for those executions, which is why they kind of need to, once again, scrap for those close quarter combat, and one after another, they kind of course, lose out that grip towards the tail end. So it was still a fantastic result. I mean, for both teams, eArena, they definitely have this kind of clean approach on their protocols of how they usually operate. Meanwhile, TE, you know, they've always been that in-your-face kind of team, and it really is super hard to really fight them head-on.
Yeah, and speaking of being hard, right? Like it's also quite a bouncy sort of circle as well. At some point, it went towards the left and it bounced back towards the right and then back onto the left side again. So it was really challenging for all these teams. But the good news for them is that this circle is also a 100% kind of land circle. So you don't get that very high uphill sort of circle or very sided circle towards where Impala or Puerto Paraiso is at. So generally, it's still okay for a lot of these teams. It's just that the bounciness might be a bit nauseous for these teams to decide on, like, okay, where do we want to go exactly? But at the end of the day, you just need to play with the circle, right? If it goes away from you, there are other teams around, there's only one way, which is to take fights, clear your sides, and just move in from there.
Yeah, and for certain teams who are too far off and they know that they're by the edge, you saw that they actually form up last stands, just knowing that, you know, we may as well we maximize some of all these elimination points that we could actually get throughout the run rather than, you know, try to full send it if you don't have those vehicles. So I would say that that play coming in from Alter Ego was super impressive, considering the fact that the last we saw on what really went down over the North Point was like multiple teams surrounded Alter Ego, and hence why Chibrit had to kind of sneak behind their backs in order to get some of these numbers done. So I want to see if they could actually have this kind of results once again, because we're going to be moving into Tego right after this, and then soon after it's also going to be Rondo. Perhaps this is going to be a momentum breaker. We'll have to see if it actually shifts towards any teams that may have not received that limelight just yet.
Yeah, I like a reminder, right, that we are switching up the maps after this. But of course, before we head on to that, everybody wants to know exactly how many points have been collected in this round. So for eArena, they collected a total of 8 eliminations. So that's 18 points collected by eArena. The good news is that for the entire squad, everybody contributed to bringing in the points for the team. So that's a great work for everyone, with Jacob especially bringing in the most eliminations with 3. But the one that did a lot of work as well is Nurin's with the most damage of 484.
Yeah, what's also impressive is that you see that Lyrics was also one of the first ones to be taken out, and they've been able to operate with 3 members for so long to the tail end, and they know how to really work together as a team in order to really secure the best vantage point. So that being said, 𝐏𝐷 so far has been clinical on how he has been able to really secure those grounds, dealing a total of 300 over damage, and probably we've seen bigger numbers from 𝐏𝐷, but hey, this is a great start coming in from the man that's been able to put 𝐸RENA on top on so many occasions.
Hey, it's all about consistency, right? So if you can be consistent, that's good enough. But for the Expendables, well, they are placed on top of our top 4, meaning that overall, they have got more total points as compared to eArena. 14 eliminations for the Expendables, so that's 24 points. They're setting the bar now for our final stage with the most eliminations so far, followed by Sharper Esports. Still a fairly consistent run for them. Although might not be the most amount of eliminations, only 4, but still getting yourself into the top 4 2 rounds in a row. That's good news for them.
Yeah, I gotta say that majority of these teams are actually doing good maintenance, while Force Esports finally bounced back up rather than scoring, you know, marginally 1 or 2 points or so. So it's great recovery coming in from Forest Natural Gaming as well as TDT with a total of 5 points. And look at the current state, I believe that the Expendables with such a high margin round, they should be sitting at the top, but instead it's Finhay CERBERUS that still holds the top spot with 25 points, and Sharper with that consistent back-to-back finishes on top 2 and top 3. They land themselves just 2 points shy from getting that top spot from Finhay CERBERUS.
I like how our top 3 of them have the same amount of placement points. And now they're stacking up there. But on the other end though, Buriram United, game 1, 0 points, game 2, only 2 points, so they have not been able to come up from that bottom spot yet. But of course, we still have a lot more games to go. And like what you mentioned earlier, Contra, we're going to switch up the map after this into Tego. So it's going to give these teams a fresh new breath of air coming into this one. What kind of strategies will they deploy? Well, we don't know yet. But what we're sure, looking at the first 2 games, we didn't really see any hard drop. But we don't know if that would change inside of Tego though.
Yeah, I think that in Tego, potentially there's going to be a few spots that we'll see quite significant action in the early game, whether if it's from the north point of the island or even somewhere over onto the central of the map. So I think the identity when it comes down to how a lot of the APAC teams play inside of Tego is that they form a lot of these choke points, denying space from those teams to rotate inwards. So it is definitely going to be a very interesting round. I think like it definitely holds a little bit of that Miramar DNA as well, and how it could turn scrappy real quick. So that's what I really look forward towards. So we'll see if we're gonna get a new winner on the block as well. I mean, the Expendables with a huge resurgence of 24 points in that round. Well, actually, slightly short of that. I believe it was 22, if I'm not mistaken. Well, my math ain't mathing today. Excuse me for that. While eArena, they've been relatively consistent for these past couple of rounds. We want to see if they could actually get a whole lot more. I mean, the PGC points is something that they really have to chase for up against Force Natural Gaming as well as the Expendables.
Yeah, and we have them on screen right now. Although they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they brought in 14 eliminations, which is a whole lot, and is benchmark now in our finals. So that's the number for the teams to beat. Well, on screen we also have HAPPIE Squad here. HAPPIE Squad, they had an interesting round in the second Miramar match, especially at the warehouse area. But I guess because they were teased by other teams, like with the nades locked into the warehouse, so that kind of put them at a stop at some point. But nevertheless, we're going to switch over the map right now. We're going to change the pace into Tego this time, and let's see who will come up with the next chicken dinner.
Well, we shall see as we're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark of day 1. And of course, some of the teams feel like they're just about getting started. I mean, look at BRU. They didn't seem like they were enjoying the sceneries of Miramar, but this is one map that BRU is very well versed in, especially if they play around those corners of the western areas like Hosan Prison or even the Fishing Camp. Most often than not, they would be able to really hold some of these spots very, very well. I mean, I don't want to glaze any teams too much because the last I did that, you know, I talked about Happy Squad, they got picked off, and yeah, maybe I should reserve my thoughts for a little bit. As we have this flight path starting off from the shipyard into Hosan Prison, so options are plenty.
Yep, be careful of the contract curse, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what sort of contract curse will be inflicted this round. But so far, no early curse for any of these teams, as we kind of predicted as well that these teams look fairly respectful of each other, just like how we saw in the first two Miramar maps. No early clashes anywhere. But I guess that's because it's like the first day, you know, everyone wants to set the tone. But when it comes to maybe day number 4, when points are starting to get really tight, that's where we'll see teams starting to make desperate moves. And we're going to see the first circle all the way down south with a little bit of water in it. So that's going to cut away a bit of the playable land in this first stage of the circle. But it's still stage 1. So still plenty of land for these teams to play with in this circle.
I like the fact that immediately once they drop, Theerathon 5 not only secure a bunch of vehicles, but it also has a paraglider off the bat. So they're going to be able to really scout out ahead. I mean, overall, it shouldn't be too troublesome for the rest of T5 to be able to make their way into Moondok all the way up north. So if they could just go on a scavenger hunt and like find themselves an E pickup, they could instantly pop all the way down south. Traveling by vehicle definitely seem a little bit risky for them to do so. So I want to, of course, figure out what exactly are the options for the rest of the team. While eArena, after landing themselves that chicken dinner, they're right now in the top 3, tied with the Expendables with 22 points.
Oh yeah, eArena, the Expendables, same points now. But because we're only 2 games in, so it's still alright. As long as you're able to maintain your pace up there, I guess it's okay for both teams even, since we are still early into this stage. In fact, we have a total of 4 days, including today. So there's plenty of games for them to catch. And I'm pretty sure by then, you know, the overall charts will be scrambled. But it will be interesting if we are headed into a tiebreaker. But it's going to be an interesting start as well for Trick, as he gets his first elimination out of 777.
Wow, very quick work as he manages to spot one member running out in the open. Alter Ego definitely had some great highlights over the past 2 rounds. Of course, the vast majority of it being from Chibrit out of that last attempt to take out the rest of AL, Anyone's Legends. So if we take a look at even Team Flash, I think back in game 1, they've definitely gotten quite a number of all these pickoffs. Last round, I don't think that they've had a major impact. Perhaps it was a trouble of them being caught in a mix of rotation, but there were a couple of moments where Long X as well as Tilo has been able to, you know, find some third parties, get a couple of all these points back. So they're still in a relatively healthy spot, being in the top 5 with 16 points.
And here comes Flash. Okay, not pulling the trigger yet. Anyway, they are kind of okay, so don't expect them to pull the trigger that early at this stage unless forced to. But there's still a lot of room to play. So I don't think any team will really want to force a fight at this stage. Is it really going to be worth it to take over? Nah, not really. So I guess we can expect like most of these teams to still try to take their position. But as much as Banner wanted to take his own position, unfortunately he got taken out by Gmo instead.
And this is the exact same spot where they were being picked off earlier. So I'm not quite sure what exactly was the members of TDT thinking, whether they really want to push through. I mean, 777 basically succumbed to that pressure coming in from Alter Ego in that same location, and they're doing pretty much repeating history. While Long X goes for the push, instantly spawning out Tanadol. There's still Tigo on the other side of the corner to try to hold out as they manage to also trade right back. Team Flash now needing to resuscitate 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘. They do have a couple of smokes now being primed out. And perhaps this could be a full commitment as the rest of Team Flash looks to double down on this approach. Tigger, is he going to get any form of a backup though? This could be the big question. Because on the opposite end, there is another team overlooking this corner.
Okay, Tigger infiltrates in, navigating around the smoke while planning the C4 at the same time. Okay, this fight might continue on here. There's also one player on top of that hill just across. Gonna be interesting what Tigger is going to be able to pull off here with the C4 planted in as he navigates again around the smoke while Flash waiting on the other side. Flash sees one target, tries to get a knockdown. Almost get his target though, but 𝐵𝑒𝘱𝑚𝑜𝑣 gets 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘. Okay, that's going to be another start. 𝐵𝑒𝑚𝑜𝑣 gets another one. Long X falls to him as well. Tigger gets 𝐷𝑑ui. And looks like FS, so far so good. They should be able to clear off Team Flash from this compound.
Well, Tigger has been so sneaky with those C4 plays, forcing them to actually step out of the area. And just like that, they got caught one after another. But it's going to be a trade back coming from 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝑑, but not quite enough to retaliate up against FULSENSE, who got all 4 of them. And wow, what a start we've had. And just like that, Team Flash, they only walk away with 2 points.
And that's 𝐿𝐿𝐺𝐵𝑜ts saying thank you for the point. Taking out Flash in the middle, out in the open with a mini 14. And he's all alone here, just stealing with the points at the same time, puncturing those vehicles, leaving them useless. So 𝐿𝐿𝐺𝐵𝑜ts, not only he scored that 1 elimination point for the team, but he also wreaked havoc to FS that's across him.
He's just puncturing every single tire on those vehicles, making sure that those members of FULSENSE don't really get to run out. So they'll be stuck there for some time, while Alter Ego have been keeping watch for the entirety of that fight. Spot out anyone's legends, while Happy Squad goes for that back-to-back trade up against Shanks. Not much that he could actually find cover from this treehouse, so he's got to rely on whatever mats necessary. And if he waits any longer, most of these members of Happy Squad might actually be sent towards his direction as well. A very sticky stance for him to really consider. Well, this southern-centric zone is going to see a lot of these teams putting themselves close towards the shore. And some might be also looking over onto the south hills of Hosan. TDT now left with 2 members. Having Delwyn lurking around, this is not going to be good news. I mean, you saw what this guy did last round. He's an absolute monster. But he's not going to go in for a check, so I guess this is just safety measures being implemented from the side of the Expendables as we carry forward with Sharper Esports.
Yeah, I think that's really smart, right? Like, you don't want to go to the compound alone. He probably saw a vehicle as well, so maybe that gave away that, oh, somebody's there. Even if he doesn't see a vehicle, based on the current timing, you have to assume that, oh, such compound is taken by another team, so you don't want to approach it alone. At most, you just do the scouting work, and then if you choose to move in, you move in together with the team, and that's going to be about it. But speaking about moving, we see here Sharper Esports. They're trying to get the target, but they have to let this one go as Thunders will not pursue with the glider.
Yeah, so much of the info gained from Thunders right now. And it doesn't seem like there is a vast majority around this vicinity to try to knock Thunders out of the sky. So he's going to be a-okay. Just got to keep refilling the tanks, though. Is that going to be an E-pickup that we're looking at? Who was for Tigger? He's spending a significant time by the blue zone, while 𝐿𝐵𝑜𝑘 has been cleared up, so he should be able to make his run in. Newhouse Esports now looks for a spot to call home as they dive right into the fields. Just perfect timing for them to really take claim of an unoccupied space. So 𝐿𝐻𝐺, they're also getting a couple of response coming from Alter Ego from the opposite side. So now they should be able to at least give them a little bit of pressure once more once they get themselves pretty much comfortable in this location.
And 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 𝐆𝐵 seems to be pretty comfortable in this location, but can't say the same for eArena and 𝘌𝘓 Gaming. They're in a fight with each other with Jacob taken out. And now we have them on screen. Marcus is down on the ground though. The rest of eArena are gonna come in. 𝐴𝑝awns get 6, 7, 8, 9. And looking for more targets as he approaches with his AUG and his other teammates gonna do the wraparound.
What an angle that he's working with, and that nade look to connect. He's got to deal with the one up close though. Don't think he's got that full intel just yet, but Norin's helping him out with the flank. He should be able to prime a couple of all these deflates right across the corner. This might just do the trick for the rest of eArena to eat up all that space. And now 𝘌𝘓 forced to retreat back into the temple.
Eric with the nade into the building. And his nade not able to get a knock on anyone, but 𝐴𝑝awns gets Norin's. Oh, the flanker just got taken out. And 𝘌𝘓 Esports, so far so good in defending their compound against eArena, but eArena, they still fight back. 𝐴𝑝awns gets 𝐴𝑝ao. And now on the other side, the remaining members of eArena is visible now to 𝘌𝘓 Esports as they're making the chase right now. Marcus goes in, locks in the elimination point, taking out 𝐴𝑝awns. But the final player of eArena left. But here comes Buriram.
Oh, he spotted out 𝐴𝑝awns. And just like that, it is still going to be a tough scenario for the rest of 𝘌𝘓. 𝐴𝑝awns had a beautiful flank early on, and that kind of depletes those members of eArena. Left with only one. But BRU's presence is making it even harder for them to continue on this rally. Finding that space, a couple of attacks being sent this way. That made it a little too short though. 𝐸𝐷 being absolutely careful of this position. I know there's somebody out there in the fields, but he's still looking for a challenge.
Just behind the tree, just behind the tree. This nade should do the job. Unless if his target moves away. And 𝐷𝐷 got it. 𝐴𝑝ao now down on the ground. Beautiful nade toss across. And 𝐷𝐷 will surely secure that elimination point. But wait a second, Marcus will try to stop them from doing so.
Only down to Marcus right now. Unable to catch 𝐸𝐷. He's trying to push forward. He knows that he's going to be an isolated target, but he's being blinded off. He's going to toss two of these stun grenades out as well as he tries to make a run across. But 𝐸𝐷 still gets it. Oh, BRU with the huge comeuppance. And now they back four. But they're so far away from the newly shifted zone. But at least there's a little bit more of that opening true school that they could play from. And that was just huge coming from 𝐸𝐷.
Oh, and it's huge for Buriram United. They needed these points. They don't want to be rooted at the bottom. And now they're at a double digit. Great work for Buriram. Oh, 6 points in total, that is. So they're 4 points away from a double digit. So that's good progress here for Buriram as they reset to a full squad. Now, like what you said, the next challenge is to get into the circle. We'll check back on them later because right now, inside the circle, we have T5, one of them, with TDT just right in front. And last we checked TDT, they only have 2 players left. So they're hoping for teams not to crash into the compound. As for the northern side, we still have a bit of a glider gameplay here by 𝘓𝐿𝐾. And he should be alright, but he needs to make a big turn back into the circle.
The big question is, where exactly does he land once he's done with it? There's plenty of occupied space already in the fields. Meanwhile, the Expendables, they took the high ground. 𝑇av with a shot. Connecting perfectly well onto the members of Armory Gaming. And that's going to be a little tough for them to go in for the rescue as well. But at the very least, should have just about enough cover while 𝐷𝐷𝑘 on the Dragunov marking onto one member from Sharper Esports on that corner. Alter Ego has been sitting put for quite some time now. And the zone still benefits Alter Ego for the moment. They don't really have to move too far off. But it's only TE being the bane of the existence of the teams trying to move into the direction of the zone.
And Sharper Esports, we have them on screen. And they're really close with Force Natural Gaming. Now we can see the trend here for Sharper Esports is that they still play from the outside the circle in. They want to find opportunities to bring in those elimination points for themselves. And they might be presented with it, with the fact that Force Natural Gaming is just right beside them. It's just a matter of whether they're able to find that advantage or not. But they also have to be aware of the fact that Force Natural Gaming has a huge spread. So if you're able to get one, you rush in onto one player, the rest of them can shoot them back, can punish them back. So that's a consideration for Sharper Esports on what they're going to make their next move like. Now on the other side, we have Armory Gaming in the fight.
Yeah, looking for a breach right into the compound. Got an MP5 in hand, and into a straight run coming from T17. What on earth is he doing? Well, I guess he might be blinded off or something that he couldn't really spot it out, but great hole from Shanks regardless of the situation. Kurt now draws an exchange with a grenade. Is that going to be a big opening right now? All four members still pretty much intact. Quick toss over the smoke right now. As he clears every single corner, but Brian is hiding right behind the shells. And thankfully, it wasn't exactly a frag. It might actually clear all of them. And indeed, the second one is. As Kurt finds another one. With a jump shot, he connects. And it's clean work from Armory Gaming to clear out Newhouse Esports.
Oh, and it was really close for Kurt as well. He only had 9 health left towards the end. If he lost that fight, that was it for him. But lucky for him, he was able to get that finish first. And they will continue to fight while hanging on to that compound. But we're back on the Sharper Esports right now on the outside of the circle on the right side. Still, together with Force Natural Gaming right beside them. But next is going to be the Expendables that's waiting by the edge of the circle, playing the gatekeeping role against these two teams.
They're being so elusive. Like the entire time they've been trailing right behind Force Natural Gaming. And finally they make their presence felt, sending a couple of shots. But that might actually put them in a very dangerous spot. But speaking of which, they're the ones offering the danger towards 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐵. Just one bullet connecting as they are going back and forth, trading blows. And J-Die went in leaping ahead. While 𝐿𝐴𝐵 sends in the grenade. Trying to close in the distance while Thunder also trading shots across the field. You see how technical this fight is. Back and forth between all members of F and G. And Sharper, they don't really have enough space. They are looking to retreat. They got the vehicles, but this actually leaves them vulnerable from the shots of Baron all the way from the far back. And Force Natural Gaming, they decide, you know, this is not worth all the time being burned out because the blue zone's already creeping in.
Oh, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 got the Hughes as they travel inside the circle. Okay, the Expendables right now might lose that one player. And it's just a matter of time before Sharper Esports locks in that elimination point. But right now, Force Natural Gaming making their move as well. They're moving towards the direction of the Expendables. And with the elimination feed showing to them as a clue, if they were to rush in, they know that the Expendables, they're not at the full squad, but they're going to take that long approach as Turnbull gets Baron, and they're still taking damage in the blue. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐵 will be down as well. Looks like Force Natural Gaming. Very difficult situation for them, but somehow they're still able to send one player into the circle.
Expendables absolutely gate-kept them from moving anywhere safe. Meanwhile, and it was Legends! Oh! Haymas! He tried to pull off his last stand, but now it's only one member left for the side of AG. Kurt, can he bring the hurt towards the rest of the field? And it was Legends. One after another falters, but that final member have been able to once again clutch it. AL playing a very dangerous game there. Destroy somehow. Still healthy and alive. Only one member taken out from the side of Armory. While Sharper Esports, they're the ones that kind of flustered the members of Force Natural Gaming to take the North Point, and it was Forrest that got the short end of the stick instead, and now Sharper, they take reins up of the hillside.
And the tables have turned between Sharper Esports and the Expendables. Now the Expendables, they are the ones on the outside of the circle. They need to find a way to cut through Sharper Esports. We're only 3 players and 8 seconds left. Time is now on the side of the Expendables right now. We'll check back on them later because Buriram United Esports, they have a challenge of their own to cut across this road or being locked out by T5 to get into the circle.
Yeah, take a look at the current zone. It seems like Alter Ego have been quiet for quite some time. Now they're drawing a little bit of an exchange up against TDT, who's all the way far north. While the Expendables, they've been really sneaky about this. They spot out Simon. Finhay CERBERUS might be in a lot of trouble. But the Expendables, they're not revealing their position just yet. Covers now. Called right in. Mortars flying over on the top side of the hill to challenge up against Theerathon 5. Full sense. They want to full send it, but there's still the presence coming in from the side of TT on the left. So this is going to be a little harder to do.
Ooh, as much as Flash wanted to spend time to take out the opposing side from Buriram United Esports, unfortunately, he will be forced to move thanks to the blue as well. And now, sending nades across, hoping to land a knock or two. While they try to find a way to get into the circle. Same goes for Buriram United Esports, locked outside for now. Gymnasty sprays onto the other side, while Rives gets fluky down on the ground. That could be their opening.
Could very well be Ruse playing all alone right now. Still the members of Full Sense right around that vicinity. And BRU looking to just puncture through their line of defense. Dimasteel, he tries to outrun the zone right now before getting into the mix of the fight. Delmoff now spots them out, and he's going to be able to shred apart Edie. Quick work, and now he's going to run for the hills. It's only him left alive while his members are being torn apart from all angles. Delwyn securing more up against the rest of TDT. Fights all around as it is going pretty hectic here in the fields of Tego.
Oh, it doesn't help that the circle hardships towards the south. Teams at the north will still need to move forward. This is bad news for Belmont, but he has to deal with it somehow. The blue is just right behind him. T5 still across him. And they have an idea that he's still there, waiting for him to show himself behind that rock. Chloris gets so lousy somewhere else. And that's the fight at the north as well. The Expendables want to gain more elimination points. Now it's going to be the final moment for them to do so.
Destroy doing quite significant damage towards the side of eArena as well. Just plenty of fog of smokes to cover the tracks right at this moment. Well, Happy Squad right in the middle open. 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐴 fancies this opportunity. Not quite getting it though. Quite some distance for him to even consider for a frag grenade to be lobbed right at them. And somehow, they're left uncontested for the moment. But over on the hillside, 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐴's getting tagged up. So AL, they're thinking whether should they actually find more of that space to cut right across, and Full Sense eventually get spotted out. Theerathon 5, they've been holding up the hillside for quite some time. And we last saw there was only one member left, so it was just pretty much straightforward from that point onwards. Well, 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐴 gets a knock and a kill over on Tanvu.
Oh, and for the Expendables, only down to Delwyn left, and lastly check, he's still on the outside of the circle. Alter Ego, they are pretty comfortable at the south. They do have a compound of their own, and they're still within the circle, so they should be fine here. But AL might just crash into the compound. We'll see what happens next. As everyone that's already in the circle is still holding their ground. The only one that needs to truly come in right now is going to be Delwyn, and we have him on screen right here with Thunders putting damage, but Delwyn also pressured by the blue at the same time. Look at him. Damage taken by the blue as well. And he will not be able to survive this nade by Thunders as Delwyn from the Expendables gets eliminated.
He's been so on point for the past 3 games. Sharper Esports is just so consistent. And they've done so just by sweeping around the edges. It's just pretty unbelievable on how they've been able to walk unscathed with still all 4 members intact up to this point. Now 7 teams remain. 𝐿𝐴 now finding one, and they're just huddled up inside that smoke. Jedi might be looking for a spray down. He's calling for a little bit backup coming in from the rest of Sharper. TDT, only 1 member left. That's going to be the last stand coming out of 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐴. I don't think that he will be able to amount to much, but he's been able to actually spot out 10 Trip, so he's going to make it worthwhile. So That's pretty much 7 points already. Best round so far for AL.
And T5 is eliminated at number 7. And the circle goes towards somewhere in the middle. We have Happy Squad within the circle, but they don't have a full team though. Nevertheless, 2 players. Let's see what they can come up with. Taisaki scopes down. He sees his opponents on the other side, but he's going to focus onto the back right now. Oh, here comes the Panzer. Here comes the Panzer. Panzer launched. And no elimination yet.
Nah, it's a little wide on where he actually shot it. I mean, he's trying to adjust the trajectory of the drop, but not quite finding it. Urs locking out Ia. There's barely enough space. Somehow, it seems like Happy Squad is just hanging by a thread. But none of these teams can actually pick them up because they're just being poked with bullets from the lower ground or even the high ground when they actually look for the straights. And finally they do. Ia picked off by Thunders after a long tussle. Well, Finhay CERBERUS is also not too far off from the BDRM right across. Are they hiding in the vehicle?
It looks like it. Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. The moment they show themselves, Jedi was ready for it. Oh, man. That was just Jedi with his force. Just taking them out just like that.
You definitely will sense something fishy with a BDRM park in the middle of nowhere, and like you don't see any bodies around as well. So yeah, that was a great check coming from the side of Jedi, and doesn't help for the fact that they also do have a Panzer in hand. A very cheeky move though. Gotta give credit where credit is due. They still make it into the top 5. Sharper Esports right now 9 points, and doesn't seem like anyone could actually stop them on the streak. They're taking firm hold of the high ground. And it seems like anyone's legends have been struggling to even find those angles to find anything in return. Alter Ego, they squeeze into the top tree. And they've just been in this compound for the longest time. They know that they cannot afford to step out as well. So it's all about biding time to see if they could actually make it to the top 2.
Oh, here comes Thunders. Raining it down. Trying to secure another knockdown. Still with a high ground advantage though, but we have base number 8. Circle goes towards the middle. It is still out in the open. And all these teams, they need to somehow move slightly forward. And Gmore on the other side will try to stop Sharper Esports from coming in, but we see the rotation as well. All the way up north is going to be AL taking point.
Yeah, that push could be putting a little bit more pressure towards the rest of Sharper Esports. You can see that they are slowly running out of space, tucked in between those vehicles to cover themselves for any moment, as they try to get a little bit of glimpse by just peeking through the rocks from time to time. AL gets a little bit of restock and are well on their way to try to go for that white swing up against the members of Sharper Esports. Well, they have a few members to keep them occupied. Thunders now looking to take them off their feet as Zapaloy finds Trick in the midst of that push. Alter Ego also putting the pressure, and this 2-prong attack coming from these 2 teams might just overwhelm Sharper Esports, but they're holding just fine for now.
Oh, Alter Ego, we have still 2 players on the outside of the circle right now. While that Man shows himself, Man gets 1. Can he get a second one? And he will! Gets a double knockdown! Man, the man of Alter Ego!
This might just be a big clutch coming from Alter Ego. They could actually find themselves in a position to secure a chicken dinner. Hisaki now pushing down the final member of Sharper Esports, and he spots them out. This 2-prong engagement, like you said, like we talked about, have fallen true. And now only 1 member remain. Can Mon pull another clutch?
But looks like they will be denied away from their chicken dinner. It's still going to be anyone's legend to claim this chicken dinner. But still, what a good run that Man had earlier on. If somehow he was able to come out with a clutch, it would have been legendary.
It could have been. Sharper Esports, they were pushing down the hill, and because of that, Man saw that opportunity. He went for that double peak, and he found them all. A top 2 finish, but hey, it was anyone's legend that stole all the spotlight as well, because they were playing from the low ground for the entire time. And eventually they knew they got to take charge. They put that pressure from behind the hill and found that perfect flank and got themselves a big chicken dinner during game 3.
Still a great effort there by Man towards the very end to get a double knockdown, but well, he left himself vulnerable for anyone's legend to claim that chicken dinner. So 3 chicken dinners now done for today, and the latest one, anyone's legends, they are still legends for a reason.
Yeah, you know, they showed the little signs of struggle in Miramar, but the moment they stepped into Taiko, they got all the calls right. And, you know, for most part, they were playing on that low ground terrain for such a long time, and they've managed to, you know, get a couple of catches. But it was that attempt to really go for that push up the hillside. And Chopper Esports realizes that, hey, we don't really have all the utilities to hold this kind of push. So they decided to push downwards, and maybe they have regretted doing so because they just ran into Mont, who absolutely pretty much pummeled them down. What can I say? I mean, it was sort of unbelievable on how well that Alter Ego has been able to hold out for such a long time. They really weren't showing so much of that presence throughout the mid game, but they definitely know that, hey, if we just hold our ground till the very end, we might be able to formulate something. And top 2 finish was still pretty impressive, if you ask me.
Well, if you ask me, we still got to give respect to Chopper Esports. They're still very consistent if you kind of think about it. Like 3 rounds being played, bare minimum top 4, or to the best of my memory, all of them were top 3s. Although they don't have the chicken dinner yet, but they're still very consistent. And normally these kind of teams that are very consistent, they lay low, they don't really come up with the big chicken dinner numbers. These are the most dangerous teams.
Yeah, and you know, especially when we talk about laying low, Chopper Esports, yeah, they were looking around. They had a little bit of a small little tussle with the rest of Forest Natural Gaming, and then they start to look for small little pickoffs, and it really accumulates overall. And once they reach that high ground, it was just pretty much no stopping them from there. Of course, that being said, we've already got 3 rounds pretty much done and dusted. There's still another 3 more to go, so make sure you guys stay put, because right after a break, we'll bring you in for 3 more massive chicken dinners here in the PUBG APAC qualifiers.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, 2. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy very easy Miramar
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school Erangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแมปเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
This was only in Erangel.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตัวนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันพลิกลอนโดครับลอนโดผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami 𝐼𝐍𝐻𝐿.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG APAC qualifiers phase 2 as teams are fighting for their spot in the PGS 9 and 10. And of course, by doing so, they should be also securing themselves into the PGC. So this is of utmost importance for them to land as many points as possible to eventually find those podium finishes and secure themselves into the PGS. And of course, 3 rounds have passed and AL was the one to take the win back in Tego.
Yep, with 11 total eliminations at this time. 𝐼𝐍𝐻𝐿 4, Himas 4, Destroy 3. Who that? Well, unfortunately not able to bring in any eliminations for the team, but still 11 in total for the team is still a pretty nice number for them to bring in. Now, if we were to zoom in onto the damage output, well, Destroy and 𝐼𝐍𝐻𝐿 are pretty close to each other. 495 as compared to 484, not too much of a difference, but still a chicken dinner for anyone's legend. And it was a good one as well, with the fact that they took out Man at the very end and not allowing Man to come out with an insane clutch. Of course, we have to award the man of the match for round number 3 is going to be the one and only 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 has really made some significant dent onto those teams over on the hillside, where he's been pushing them at the tail end as well. So it's rather impressive to actually see this iteration of AL to be able to really bounce back after those difficult rounds of Miramar. And it seems like even from those days of AG Global now being absorbed into AL, not too much has changed, as AL still has that same tiger in them, or you could say panda, since it's a little bit of shift of that logo. And that's 11 kills for not only anyone's legends, but also Sharper Esports in that past round. Almost identical damage, maybe just slightly lower for the side of AL, but hey, they walk away with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and followed by 𝐼𝐸𝑔𝐿, and of course Man did a lot of work for them to be up here as our top 4 teams. And then we have the rise of Buriram United Esports as well. Now zooming in onto the match leaderboard, so 21 points for anyone's legends, and Sharper Esports with a total of 16 points, and then we have 𝐼𝐸𝑔𝐿 with 11. So that's the double-digit club up there. But we have 3 teams not able to bring in any points at all. eArena from scoring a chicken dinner. Unfortunately, this round is not the round that they would have wanted. No points at all for eArena this time. And then we have Force Natural Gaming. Yeah, they're back onto a 0, unfortunately for them. Hoping for them to be able to rise up coming up next.
Yeah, it was rather interesting because I thought that Forest would have actually made a dip run, but because of that kind of push and pull coming in from the side of Sharper, that resulted in them driving upon the North Point, and eventually they got caught out by the Expendables. So it is rather rough that they end up with another round not bagging any points at all. So Forest Natural Gaming, if this continues to be the case, it will be very worrisome on how would they actually bounce back up in order to secure those spots in PGS.
Yeah, but the good news is that we are only 3 games in, right? So we have a lot more games to go. If I were to do the math, plus the next 3 rounds, it's 21 more games to go. So still plenty of opportunity for them to make that comeback. But of course, you don't want to have that big of a gap, right? Because we also must consider like the top teams would also bring in points for themselves as well. I am looking at Sharper Esports. No chicken dinner yet still, but they have been super consistent.
Yeah, and they've been pretty impressive so far as we tally up the entirety of the standings right now. It's 39 points for Sharper Esports, as they have not ever fallen down below a top 4 finish, and hence why they are sitting at the top. And that pushes down the pecking order. AL, despite securing a chicken dinner, they still need another 9 points for the chase, while the rest of Finhay CERBERUS is going to be holding on to that 3rd position for the meantime. So with Forest Natural Gaming losing those 2 rounds with nothing to be scored, they only have a total of 6. So we see if they could eventually land themselves maybe a chicken dinner to turn their fates around.
Well, let's see if any team were to be able to use the second half to turn their fate around after this. Next up is going to be Rondo. Also another large map that we're going to see here, played by all these teams. And of course, this is going to be the first Rondo in the final stage. So we don't know if there's going to be any early encounter by any of these teams. But so far, the trend from what we have seen from the first 3 games, no early fights, except for the ones that, you know, after you loot and you start to move, then yeah. But if it's a direct contact from the drop, still not yet.
Yeah, overall, when it comes down to this map in particular, you would see a lot of teams loving to take spaces around Neox Factory or even across Stadium so that they could get that easy access into the direct center. Or else you find majority of them to be playing around the southern-centric area. So it'll definitely be really interesting to see maybe a battle around the Hongshan territory or even Tulin from time to time.
And I like how Happy Squad is still very happy, as we can see here on screen. up and down performance for Happy Squad. They have yet to find their level of consistency here in the finals. But of course, we're only 3 games in. But what do you think about the performance of Happy Squad as of now?
I think they're doing pretty decent because every single round that they played out, they've at least find conversions of kill points in particular. And you saw how difficult was it for them to actually hold out. They were right in the center of the warfare where you have those teams fighting on high ground. They barely had enough cover last round. So at the very least, walking with those big points of eliminations is going to help them slowly accumulate results for Happy Squad. Now we move over into brand new map, and that's gonna be Rondo, which we've seen plenty of times over the year. And of course, we get to have a lot of all these teams playing around all these big cities. And what I really love about Rondo is that there's a lot of opportunities for teams to set up those kind of chokehold in between those valleys. So there's going to be a lot of gatekeeping involved.
Yeah, and it also depends on what kind of circle we're going to get. Game 3 circle, I would say, was kind of interesting and also challenging for these teams. Let's see, in Rondo, are we going to get a similar kind of circle? Maybe all the way down south? That would be kind of nice as well. Maybe around Long Hole would be kind of nice. We don't get to see that often. But if it's going to be a kind circle, maybe put it in the test track. We also don't get to see that very often. That'll be kind of challenging and also interesting to see. As of now, based on some of the drops that we can see here on screen, no early encounter by any of these teams. Maybe in the middle where Team Flash is at, just maybe, but I'm pretty sure they can break up soon because this is a large map. There's lots of space to play.
Yeah, you can see that around the stretches of bamboo, there's plenty of teams to be situated around Jiaotin, as well as Hongshan. I mean, not exactly Hongshan, but that is where the circle is going to be covering up towards as well. So you would tend to have this kind of gridlock situation where Happy Squad is currently holding. So it is going to be pivotal for them to actually farm out those big numbers by taking either an elevated terrain and then eventually make their way forward. And seems like Finhay Cerberus, they got themselves the best head start in this round. They're already kicking things off, being directly in the center.
Oh yeah, can't ask for anything more, right? Like, first circle, you're in the middle of it, you can take your time to loot, and last we checked as well, like, most of the teams are far away from them, so they don't really need to rush it to loot. Unless they choose to move somewhere else from there, then that's cool. But if you have the comfort of the middle of the circle from the very beginning, and plus this is a large map, you're not in a hurry to move. So I guess it's just them taking their time, looting, and they can even like take their time to like trade weapons and also utilities with each other at the same time.
Yeah, for most part, you're just going to see those kind of plays where you have teams looking for a glider, paving a passage, and then eventually those rotations will come true. And of course, speaking of rotations, there's always going to be those opportunities for pickoff, and Tigger is already scouting out. He spots one member of his side of the Expendables passing by and chooses to not really be involved at all. And we've seen the significance of really holding Panzers into the late game as well, where you could just one-shot anybody out there. And Full Sense definitely brings in the demolition everywhere they go. Even in the last fight in Taego, we've seen a lot of all these situations where you're fighting compounds. It comes in super handy.
Yeah, especially with the C4, right? That was planted. Yeah, that was very, very creative. At some point, I thought that, is it really gonna hit? But yeah, they somehow managed to lure out their opponents and they managed to get that knock. So it was very well planned and very well executed as well. And the other thing about the Panzer, I do agree with you. I do like a CQC-ish sort of Panzer. Like you can imagine, like if it's in a building where you have a long hallway and then your opponent's like the other side, like maybe behind a wall, you send a Panzer across and it hits. Yeah, that's a good sight to watch.
I mean, of course, it creates a lot of highlight reels as well when you also accidentally blow yourself up.
Oh no!
We've seen those kind of instances before, but thankfully not that much happening today. Where we got that cheeky play last round where it was unfortunate that Finhay CERBERUS was the one hiding inside of BDRM, and 𝐿 just know that something was really fishy about that BDRM parked in the middle of this, the fight. So, of course, we get to see a lot more of that later on. We can't wait to actually see what goes down with that. BRU, though, on their recovery round, so they've been able to at least find plenty of all those pickings coming in from that round of Tego. Rondo, I think they've, track record-wise, they've done decently as well. So I'm hoping to actually see them really climb maybe into the top 8 by doing so, because that's only about 9 points that they've been able to acquire so far. So they're kind of pretty much in a similar situation as compared to the members of Forest Natural Gaming.
Yeah, ideally you want to keep yourself at arm's length, right, when it comes to the overall points by the end of the day. So like what you said, somewhere maybe in top 8 could still be all right. You don't want to end the day like number 16, number 15, especially when you only still have 1 digit, because the whole idea is to get the top 3. Yeah, there are PGC points to be collected, but then again, if you get the top 3, you still get to play the next stage, and that's ideally what the teams would want to go for. If not, like what you also mentioned during the start of the show, it's going to be a long holiday, and that's not the kind of holiday that teams want.
Definitely doesn't involve Jet 2 if that's the case. Right now, at least for the trajectory of the teams with, you know, plenty of PGC points to go by with, we're looking at Alter Ego, the Expendables, eArena to be the ones that are fancying those kind of opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, though, Sololzy having those members of Full Sense bypass them as Might looks to pop a tire. Oh, he's stranded. Just like that, 50% of health bars chunked down. He's gonna see if he could actually find that space, though. Thankfully, there's a rock for him to take cover from, or else he's an absolute goner from there. And if they wait even longer, there's another team over on the outskirts that might pick them apart.
Ooh. And now to go in for the save. A bit of a risk here. I guess they just need to manage Finhay CERBERUS first. Okay, okay. So his tires are all right still.
Not really.
Okay, second time around. Oh, that drift now out in the open. Oh man, no covers at all. And 𝐿ambao will happily take down 𝐍𝑜𝘂𝑑. 𝐍𝑜𝘂𝑑 gets eliminated. That's going to be first blood given to CERBERUS.
Wow. Finhay CERBERUS is just so sharp. And there's also DuckHughes doing exactly the same. What did I tell you about putting up all these traps, man? Like, these teams, they are setting up so early on. The Expendables unable to find their opening, but they're also grabbing the attention of Finhay CERBERUS at the very same time. I don't think anyone wants to mess with CERBERUS right now. This is just an open field for him to spray down. Plenty of damage now. Chunked out as 𝐿ambao unloads the entire M249.
M249 at that distance? Okay, he's really just trying that. He's just trying. I guess with the objective of trying to blow up a vehicle instead of getting the direct knock. But as long as you get it, that's fine, right? So that's okay. But now that leaves the opponent with only this vehicle now, T5. But the opponent will need to hitch a ride. But at least they now know where CERBERUS is at, so they will make that huge rotation just to avoid any further gunshots from CERBERUS.
Yeah, and they really set up shop so quickly. I mean, they start directly in the center, so they know that plenty of teams will actually bypass that area. All they really have to do is really either to shoot them away or just wait for the right opportunities to strike them down one after another. So that's just 1 point gain so far. I'm glad that there's not a single team that got blown up just yet. As the Expendables, they're making sure that the coast is clear. Seems like there are members of the side of Windy stuck in between. Or should I say it was the Expendables that actually breached into this area. So they're just taking things one step at a time right now. They don't really want to overcommit because they don't really have that full intel onto Windy just yet.
Yeah, it looks like both sides probably they know, but they don't really have that vision to pull the trigger onto each other. So they'll leave that one for now. But based on the minimap, we can see a few long-range shots being pulled out. I wonder if there's any other team close by. Oh, but Tigger. Oh, with the mortar. Managed to get a hit.
Wow. Would be lovely if we actually get a little replay on that, on how it actually transpired. Oh, there we go. More being sent towards those players, as they've been making too much noise. So FCE, well, they just gotta ensure that they stay within the shelter of their current compound. Oh, thankfully, 𝐷𝐷𝐼 didn't get blown up to pieces. So Finhay servers, they're okay.
And here's the tap here by 𝐷𝐷𝐼. As Marcus will be down on the ground, this could potentially be their next point. There you go, point secured for the Expendables. Looking for more, we see the Pico bus passing by, but I guess it's just too far away with the trees in between. But still, the Expendables open up their account and 𝐏𝑲ℎ will be happy to pick up the loot.
Yeah, I just love how they've been extending those positions as well. 𝐏𝑲ℎ allowed to really open up so much angles for them to really work around with. New House Esports just went for a drive-by and instantly gets picked up by Ruse, hiding in such a cheeky angle. And that's also a very quick response coming from his teammate to quickly get the numbers done. Just like that. VRU secures one. TDT also looking to chime in. I don't think that they're all too comfortable about their current locations. I mean, you just gotta ensure that the cart is safe from harm's way, while they just want to secure their position for the meantime. Well, 𝐷𝐷𝐼, he finds one more pickoff up against a member of the side of TDT.
New House Esports just not having a good time this round. They are at number 16 right now, but they only have 2 players left, so not the position that they want to be in though. But let's see what sort of miracle they can come up with. On the elimination B, we have Jacob from eArena, eliminated by Ia from Happy Squad.
And we really want to see what really goes down there. Happy Squad, they've been super efficient in the early span around on those close quarter fights, and it seems like they're really conjuring a fight in the midst of these containers. Blue zone grenades, Molotovs, you name it, they've got it. They're just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, over on his corners, and it's gonna be 10 trip! Oh! He found the flank. Only good for one. Norrens immediately trades back. Happy Squad now slowly getting isolated, but they managed to put the dent onto eArena, only left with 2 members, and they're just hoping to see if they could just take them out.
Oh, and here comes Ia. Ia very low, and Ia will be knocked down. eArena, they fight back though, but it's only Larix right now. The rest of Happy Squad coming in. And they're going to flank him from both sides. And here's Elgin Boss at the forefront. CJ from the other side. And that's going to be Happy Squad eliminating eArena. eArena only 1 point this round. Still not able to recover from their chicken dinner win.
Yeah, that was so difficult for eArena to push right through. They couldn't really find those perfect isolated angles. And that flank really put them pretty much in a rougher spot as well. And a very timely push coming from CJ to seal the deal. eArena this time having a big setback. At least they did manage to strike down one player out of Happy Squad. I believe another point has been stolen away by those teams surrounding the area. So not the best scenario for eArena to, of course, not walk away with any form of placement points. But hey, the fight goes on. Buram United feeling absolutely comfortable for now. Can't really say the same about TDT. They lost 777. Now looking to find an avenue up against those members of Armory Gaming. believe those straight shots were coming from the high ground terrains, which is why he's taking a little bit of a glimpse up there. But Windy looking for those big setups once again. No conversion so far. Still rather early in phase 3, but once we head into phase 4, I think that's where a lot of players will start to drop. And speaking of which, we get one instantly coming from 𝐷𝐼.
Oh, and Shanks eliminated. Just like that, you pass by in an open space in front of them, that's what they'll do to you. And Flash on the other side tries to get his target, but not able to. They managed to get up to the high ground, so they'll be okay for now, but at what cost? At the cost of their teammate.
Yeah, there's just so much risk to take right at this moment. Force Natural Gaming looking for another beautiful pickup, and that's coming from Olympus. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 looking to secure it quickly as he follows suit. And there's even more of these members of Expendables also getting caught out. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 got the knock, but it was 𝐷𝐼 to steal it away. So that is still not much to be gained from inside of Force Natural Gaming. And Armory, they're in a rough position right now.
Oh, and UNQ just got taken up by 𝐷𝐼, and here comes another nade. And it looks like Armory Gaming not having a good time right now with 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 only 22 health. He needs to heal up, but then again, the Expendables raining down the nades onto him. They want to lock in this one last elimination point in this fight, and they will. The point will go to the Expendables. 5 elimination points now.
A full cleanup, and now Full Sense also get to capitalize. They want to weaken down the rest of the members of the Expendables as they have a nade tossed right at the back of 𝐷𝐼. Thankfully, he didn't get knocked down, but I say too soon. Tigger lands another blow. 𝐷𝐼, he's got to take care of himself first and foremost. There's about enough smokes to try to salvage the situation, but Full Sense, they got this pretty much under control. And I'm not too sure if the Expendables will be able to walk away from this, but Full Sense, they decide to pull back.
I guess because there are other teams shooting them from afar, that's why they decided to pull back. While at the same time, they need to manage the next phase of the circle, so might as well be prepared for it. As the circle moves towards the northern side, and guess who's in the middle of it? It's Buriram United.
Perfect position. They finally got themselves into a sweet spot. Now they got to find a form of funnel to pick off all these teams cutting across those corners. But you also have to keep in mind, CERBERUS Esports have been planted in that position ever since the start of the game. They've been around that Yulin territory. And it doesn't seem like there's any team that could actually push them out of that position at all. Newhouse Esports left with only 2. Just by the very edge up over the northeast corner of the map. And it doesn't actually get any easier as there is members of the side of Anyone's Legends as well as Sharper Esports to eventually converge into that territory eventually. For us, good news is that they have a lot of space over south, but it's a little risky if they go anywhere closer to the zone, which they are a little far from it for the meantime.
Look at this, TDT. They have that super high ground, but they don't have the circle though. So at some point within this phase, they will need to come down as well. So let's see how will they manage that and what kind of timing. As well as Alter Ego at the north, 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵 is taking a bit of damage from the blue, but it's still phase 4, so it's kind of tankable. But when it moves to phase number 5, then it's going to start to hurt. So they still need to find a way to get into the circle. It doesn't help that the fact that there's a road in front of them and HAPPIE squad by the side. Let's see how will they deal with this one. They're sending out Trick to be the one to gather information. And so back on the TDT Esports right now, but the high ground, and here comes Sharper Esports just right below them.
And here comes the full push. 2 members rocking up over onto the foothill. I like the fact that Exclusive immediately pulls up the Panther. Is like, yeah, maybe we could just clear some of these corners, which these teams love to hide in. And they might just be in for a treat. There are 2 members of the TDT planted over in a corner. Some good damage being done, but Jones! Oh, only good for 1 though. Exclusive managed to find that catch. Wow, that was so risky, but hey, that was cleanly executed by Sharper Esports. They should be able to recover 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵, but still, the 2 members planted up top the hill from TDT can have an impact.
Oh, TDT, they still have this hill. The blue will still put pressure first onto Sharper Esports. Shift forward to the northern side. Anyone's Legends here. We still have a full team. Anyone's Legends. And they have a team in front of them that they can potentially eliminate for more elimination points. As the circle will shift again. While all this is happening, Happy Squad just got eliminated at number 14.
Oh boy, they walked into the meat grinder, and right now, Anyone's Legends is just pretty much having their eyes locked onto the members of Alter Ego. It's so unfortunate for Happy Squad to be in the middle of the crossfire. So far, only 1 point for Alter Ego, the Indonesian side. Looking to see if they can find another massive flank. This time, Destroy actually gets the pick up against Diane. Dynasty is the one that pins down Chiprit, and now Alter Ego, they got nowhere to go.
Oh, they have to fight their way through the trick. You need to buy a little bit of time for him to heal up. It's very low on health right now. Doesn't help that the fact that the circle did shift away from Alter Ego. And AL is still waiting on the side. Both teams wants to get into the circle. Oh, but then again, 𝐏𝐿, he has a vehicle, so he'll make the first move as he goes into the circle. Now being a marker, but right in front of him is going to be Anyone's Legend. He's going to be all alone. He gets knocked down the moment 𝐏𝐿 arrives.
Wow.
But Destroy got him back instead.
That was so swift. And then Alter Ego, don't count them out just yet. They're doing so much just to hold out all these teams. Now Drake tries to pinch them with whatever possible. Think about throwing out that grenade. Chiprit now being caught out, so it's only one member left. And it was Legend managing to deplete Alter Ego. And that's just too much to bear. There was also another off angle that they did not cover coming in from the side of Full Sense. And Forest Natural Gaming, they found a way to slither right through. Sharper, they just went across the hillside, and who knows if they would be caught up by some of the members of Forest Natural Gaming. Well, 𝐏𝐿 spots one over the outskirts. Sharper now trying to look for something in return, but they need to find a way to descend safely.
Oh, 𝐿𝐿 just got taken out by 𝘏𝑭𝘓𝘓. And now Thunders on the inner side, planning the next move. 50 more seconds before we move on to phase number 6. And that's where Sharper Esports will need to move in further. But still got to give it to Sharper Esports. They had to go through TDT, but they still are able to maintain a full squad. As for Anyone's Legends, now it's only Destroy, the final active player. He sees the target right in front of him, behind the tree, trying to get him, going in for the flank. Taking a bit of risk to be out in the open, and there's Brian there, blinded Brian, now 38 of health left. And here's Destroy that found that angle to destroy his opponent. Energy out.
He's got to run away though, but instead he trades back. Oh, that was almost risky for 𝐿𝑜NG_X, but he got the job done regardless. Oh, Team Flash kind of took the spotlight away from him. And now plenty more space being cleared up. It is BRU that gets to have a say who gets into the zone over the south side. I believe Full Sense have gotten quite some significant control. Those nades now looking good for Sharper Esports. If they get another knock, this could be a full flush. The Blue Zone grenade now chipping their health bars. Baron might not be able to survive, and here comes the 𝐿𝑜NG_X. He lands it on Kiss, and here comes the push from Sharper.
Oh, 𝐿𝑜NG_X gonna lead the charge. And looks like Sharper Esports did good work out of them. And this compound is now clear for Sharper Esports to advance. However, this compound is not in the circle yet. They still need to move forward with FS right in front of them still. And we have one player from the Expendables in the bushes. Might surprise anyone that passes by. We'll shift forward our attention to T5 right now. They're pretty comfortable within the circle, just waiting for targets to come in front of them. Lambao gets knocked out by Belmore.
Yeah, these bullets can come from any angle from here on. If you're going to be over on low ground, you run the risk of getting punctured from either side. And 𝐿ONG_X, next one to fall out of that pickle bus. Finhay marking onto those members of Buriram United. Still having that opportunity to go in for the rescue. 𝐿𝑜NG_X contributed 4 points so far. One of the better rounds coming from the side of Team Flash. But only 2 members left. As much as there is that form of space that they could actually easily walk in, it's going to be a full squad of Buram that's going to be waiting over on those corners. So it is kind of iffy if you ask me. Still 22 players who are still fighting out in this lobby.
Yeah, it's starting to be really tight right now with the amount of players and at the phase that we're currently at. And we'll be moving to phase number 7 soon. From the side, it's going to be 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 putting pressure back onto Buriram United Esports as their next target will be Buriram. They have control of the circle, but for how long? With 𝐏𝐿𝐶 sending a rocket across, hoping to hit his target as 𝐿𝐵𝑒sports Esports took out Can. That's their opening right now against Buriram.
Thunder's now leading the charge. He needs to find the first contact, but those nades! Oh, falling very dangerously towards Timothy. He's going to look to unleash another Panzer towards their side. Thunder's now over peaks! And he got punished by 𝐵𝑒𝑛𝑒𝑘! Oh, this is just devastating! BRU now left with only 2. 𝐻𝑝ER also getting wintered down because the rest of the teams are sure to join the party.
Oh, but in Buriram, we still have Eddie here. Eddie trying to find this angle, but unfortunately not able to move further forward as he will be taken out by Tigger. That's going to be Buriram eliminated. Somehow, 𝐻𝑝ER Esports is still in the game.
They got overwhelmed from all directions. 𝘱𝑝EH𝑠𝑎𝑝𝑎LOY limping, barely surviving. The rest of Full Sends, they're taking over the control of the hillside, and now they're on the hunt. Team Flash doing exactly the same, as they're denying any space from the side of Finhay CERBERUS. Oh, 12 already for Team Flash. Into the top 5 they go. So far, it's been super impressive as the Vietnamese squad claws their way into this current position. Lam Bao has got to see if there's going to be any space that he could just run across. But 𝐵𝑒𝑛𝑒𝑘's been making his life so much harder. The 2 members of 𝐻𝑝ER, they remain very quiet. They don't want to reveal it up against Team Flash.
And 𝐵𝑒𝑛𝑒𝑘, he knows that the 2 players of 𝐻𝑝ER is in front of him. Just waiting for them to show himself. As one more ditch. Oh, from the side, from the back. Gets that knock onto Jedi. And now 𝐻𝑝ER only has 1 active player left. Does help that the fact that the blue is closing right now.
What is he gonna do? I mean, there's just basically no place for him to actually play this out. Tanado now goes for a push. Oh, 1 HP. That's 4 HP left. Somehow survived the brunt of it. 𝐵𝑒𝑛𝑒𝑘 now traded back, and 𝑒RVS! Oh, he found an opening, but Tigger, he swings right back at him. And Full Sends, they're taking over.
Still, whatever it is for 𝐻𝑝ER Esports, is still a top 4 finish for them now. It's a matter of who will lock in this chicken dinner. Full Sends looking like the best team to do so with a full squad still. Going up against 2 active players of CERBERUS and the final player of the Expendables. Somehow he's still in the game.
I don't even see him in the map right now. I mean, oh, okay, that's the reason why. He's in the bushes. Hopefully that goes unchecked. But we will focus back towards Finhay CERBERUS as they've been holding out for such a long time. And that snipe was beautiful once again from 𝐷𝑒𝑘. They denied themselves. They did.
Well, looks like they decided to, because at the end of the day, it is still going to be Full Sends looking in this chicken dinner for themselves. But my oh my, what a round this was, 𝐿𝐶𝐁𝐆. We still have to give it to 𝐻𝑝ER Esports though. Still another top 4 finish.
It's pretty crazy on how they actually pull all these rounds. And that was one great, masterful performance coming out of Full Sends and also CERBERUS Esports. You saw, just like the first game, CERBERUS, once they do get the center of the zone, they take full control. But Full Sends, you know, they fought tooth and nail to create that opening from the south, and they are rewarded with this massive win.
𝐿 totally makes sense out of that round to claim the chicken dinner for themselves. But Contra, Sharper Esports, no chicken dinner, no problem for them. I'm pretty sure that they'll still be able to hold on to the #1 spot.
Yeah, these guys have been aura farming. I mean, over the course of those past couple of rounds, they've always walked away with, double-digit elimination points. And so far, if you look into Twilight or so, the stats don't lie. 𝐿𝐷𝐷 as well as 𝘠𝑚, they are really hitting it pretty hard round after round, where they're currently sitting top 1 as well as top 2 on those frag numbers. And if you take a look into the rest of the pack, I think that they got a lot of catching up to do when it comes down to those kind of team fighting prowess. But then again, you take a look at the entire APAC circuit. Everybody really loves to get into all these scenarios where they get to farm big points. Hence why everyone's looking for that direct center. And all these clashes from Phase 5 onwards has been so back and forth. But it's just Sharper Esports. They just got a great sense of how things work out. But, 𝐿𝐷𝐷, they've been working really hard to finally acquire one. And finally, they've been rewarded.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And they are one of the teams that last we checked, they were somewhere in the middle of the overall charts. And for them to come up with this chicken dinner, it is crucial for them to at least close that gap by the end of the day. Of course, we have 2 more rounds to go after this. It's going to be the 2 Erangels back-to-back. So who knows that if 𝐿𝐷𝐷 can be consistent enough to claim the #1 out of Sharper Esports. Now, talking about claiming the #1, it's not only a matter of these teams performing for themselves, but it's also Sharper Esports also performing. So that's the challenge here on who will break their own streak of the consistency of performance coming in the coming matches.
Yeah, we're looking at so many of all these teams really trying to make a statement over the span of the round. And this time with 𝐿𝐷𝐷, taking over this reign, it goes to show that, the ex-members of Daytrade are actually still having a really good form over the span of those couple of months. And I'm hoping to see if they could actually find themselves with a throne by the end of this entire circuit. I mean, overall, it's been quite a while since we actually see those kind of big numbers. I mean, Tanadol, Belmoth, as well as Tigger has been those household names over the past couple of seasons already, and some even may say years. And yeah, I'm glad that, they found themselves this perfect new home, and everything's falling into place game after game for 𝐿𝐷𝐷.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, even though the name 𝐿𝐷𝐷 itself might be new, but then again, the players are clearly not. So they have the experience and they know exactly what to do every round. And it's shown in the performance here in the Rondo match that they're able to score this chicken dinner. And who knows more to come, because day 1 out of the 4 days, maybe some teams, they want to try to feel the lobby and try to get a sense of how other teams play their strategy. Like earlier today, we see a lot of teams playing in the middle, trying to make that quick move. But as we go along the day, we're starting to see teams don't mind coming in a little bit later. Now, that one team that is still consistent with the way that they play is Sharper Esports, in the way that they play from the outside coming in. That will allow them opportunity to gain more elimination points. But of course, there's a risk that they need to take more fights and they might be eliminated. But so far, based on the 4 rounds, it has been working out well for them. So they know how to play from the outside in.
Yeah, I think that really makes them pretty unique on their stance on how well they've been able to do it so cleanly, even when there were situations where it was unfavorable, but they did not kind of force the issue, where they would try to see, okay, you poke and prod a little bit. If you could actually draw something in return, they will take that fight. Or else they will just try to buy a little bit more time and then look to, once again, trail in from the sidelines. And that, so far, has paid out for all the rounds that's been played from them, that they've never fall below a top 4. To me, that is just super impressive. So they get to maintain that top 1 position. But what about the rest of the pack? I mean, now that 𝐿𝐷𝐷 is going back into their form, just like how they did in the play-ins, the big question is Buram United gonna be able to find that same groove that they have back in the play-ins?
they are looking like they are coming back to the game though. But we'll check out on what are the scores for the teams later on, just to give us a better picture. Because right now we're going to focus on to the team that scored the chicken dinner. So it's going to be Full Sense, 6 eliminations. Not the highest of number, but then again, the chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner. So can't complain about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was not the easiest round to play out, right? Like, overall, I think Full Sense, they really acquired some significant areas to play out over the south side, and they try to push the advantages. They managed to take down some players out of the Expendables, and Tigger was always putting himself into certain risky positions to also get the job done. And we saw a great finesse out of this gentleman, where he's been able to offer 400 over damage, get a couple of knockdowns as well as kills. Like you said, not the flashiest of numbers, but we know Tigger is capable of so much more.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. He is the tiger of the team. Still bringing in the eliminations though. So chicken dinner is chicken dinner, but there's still a lot more rounds to go. Now, besides Full Sense, we also have Team Flash here. But look at the eliminations of Team Flash. 13 eliminations brought in by them. And followed by CERBERUS with 7. And then we still have Sharper Esports here. Even after tabulating the scores, the elimination points, plus the place-on points, they are still in the top 4.
Yeah, and you know, there was just so much action all across the fields of Rondo. So now that all these maps are done and dusted, there's only gonna be 2 rounds of Erangel to be played out for the course of the night. So probably some of the teams will find it to be a lot more comfortable, since this is the classic map that everybody knows and loves. So we'll have to see if these teams can actually capitalize on those situations. So Full Sense, they walk away with a total of 16 points, and that ties them with Team Flash. Like you said, they had the most amount of kills in this round, and following closely was Finhay CERBERUS. We saw they were in the direct middle for a very long time, and eventually they were denying those extra kills to be funneled towards Full Sense by the tail end of it.
Well, here's a confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. Sharper Esports, no chicken dinner, no problem to be on the throne. 51 points for them. And then we have CERBERUS with 42, followed by the Expendables with 37. And then you have AL with 36, Team Flash with 34, and so on and so forth. So the points are still close. I mean, we're only 4 games in, so that's kind of natural. But on page number 2, though, you mentioned about Buriram. They're slowly rising up, but it's probably not at the pace that they would have liked, but still, progress is progress.
Yeah, but there's already that significant gap now being created by our dear winners right now. I mean, we've seen 2 wins so far from Vietnam and another 2 from Thailand. It's been a back and forth between the two. We'll see whether if there's going to be any form of a streak being broken by either Indonesia or even the Philippines. We're looking at Alter Ego as well as Happy Squad to see if they got the dog in them to fight in the final 2 rounds.
Yeah, at least to put the flag up there as well, right? So yeah, just for us to have a variety of the teams or the type of teams from the different regions that scored the chicken dinner. But 2 more Erangels to go before we wrap up the night and also day number 1. Looking at the current situation, I guess teams might want to consider on how they want to try to stop Sharper Esports before the points just go out of hand. And if we were to look at the trend of how to potentially do that, is to try to gatekeep them from coming in, because they have a trend of, so far the 4 rounds that they have played, that they like to play from the outside in. So if they're able to be blocked from coming in the following round, then that could be the formula to try to stop Sharper Esports.
Yeah, we really gotta look closer on how they actually take fights as well. They don't really bunch up all together. They usually take multiple positions as well. So it's kind of hard for you to really spot all 4 targets at once. So look at the teams that has been playing throughout the course of the evening. Like you said, they've been looking for the best avenues to play in the direct center, and it doesn't seem that it is always going to work out for those that come slightly later as compared to the first 3 teams that managed to book the spot. So hence why, you know, there tends to be a struggle between some of the names that usually performs well, like BRU, that, you know, we've been scrutinizing for a little bit. I think like eventually they can actually get their footing all together. Like I said, they're already taking good leap of a progress round after round. But if you take a look at maybe the other half of the field as well, Windy today seemingly struggled to actually get all those movements into the phase 5 or 6. So hopefully, moving into Erangel, things will be much better for this teams on board.
Yep, it's going to be Erangel, the first of 2 Erangels here, ladies and gentlemen, and also the second last game for tonight. The OG map that every player loves. As we will check out the first flight path here, looks like we're going to get a northern side start of a flight path just right beside Starburg, going all the way down to Primor. So it's not bad of a flight path, I must say. Still very reachable to all the general locations for the teams.
Yeah, it only cuts off 𝘍𝘭𝘓 as well as perhaps a little bit of a stretch towards 𝘿𝘂, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Unless you're telling me that that circle goes all the way into the island, then all these teams will be vying for E pickups or maybe just full Senate once they secure themselves the first couple of weapons. So Sharper Esports, they definitely draw our attention for the past couple of rounds. They're going to be setting the tone once again, moving into the fields. And as for some of the teams that absolutely impressive throughout the span of Rondo as well as Tego, Team Flash, they're really making some great progress, especially last round with those big points secured from kills.
And for specifically to Sharper Esports, based on this flight path, they're going to get a good direct drop into school. It's going to be the starting point. And because they have a good spread inside of school, like some of them in the school compounds, other in the school apartment, they will have tons of loot. Plus now they're awarded with the circle. So, okay, so this is going to be interesting for Sharper, right? We're so used to seeing them play from the outside in. Now they have the circle right on top of them. Let's see how they manage.
Yeah, and this spot is also very highly popular from, the second phase onwards. A lot of teams love to play over onto those potato hills. So I'm wondering if that could actually put the rest of Sharper Esports at risk. So this time they kind of need to change their stance on how they really have to play the game. So we'll have to see if they actually would be looking good in the form of defense other than just offense.
Yeah. And Full Sense, the team that just came off a chicken dinner. So it looks like it's going to be a slightly bit of a travel for them. But I wouldn't be too worried since this kind of circle is kind of nice. It's okay. Like there's a lot of land to play, a lot of opportunities to rotate. Even if you like, okay, we don't want to take fights to get into the circle in phase 2 or 3 maybe. You can still rotate to the other side and you could still find an entry point. So that's okay. It will be interesting if it's a meter-based circle. That's where we get to see a lot of E pickups, but still no meter-based circle. My favorite kind of circle. I'll probably leave that for the next round.
Hopefully so. You gotta, maybe pray a little harder for that. We'll see. But I'm pretty sure that those players, they're not looking forward for a melee-based ending. Well, at least for now. I mean, you saw like some are already struggling even when it comes down to playing on certain terrains. What more if you're looking for a race into the islands? So if we take a look at Finhay Cerberus as well, I mean, so far, this is a team that's completely the opposite of how Sharper Esports play. They love taking that direct center, and once they get hold of that, they're never gonna let that go. So because of that, I think like that absolutely benefited them back in the first map of Miramar, and also for the past round where they did manage to secure a top 2 finish. But I still feel like some portions of the DNA of Cerberus Esports is kind of not present at the moment because they usually have that same level of finesse of how Sharper usually take those fights as well, and we're not really getting the full picture out of Cerberus Esports just yet.
Yeah, for the most part, when we see them before this, right, like they will be somewhere in the middle of the circle, they hold a compound, they just shoot moving teams. So you don't really get to see like the dynamics of Cerberus just yet. But now it's going to be a different case for them, right? Since the circle is going to be kind of different. But that doesn't stop them from just making the quick rush and approach to get into the middle circle, pretty much do the same thing. But even if they were to do so, I mean, the formula has been working out for them. So if Cerberus wants to repeat that formula still in this circle, in this map, I guess it's going to be okay.
Perhaps so, but it's going to be a little harder to do. I mean, we had Sharper Esports taking claim of that direct center. Buram United is also not too far off. Well, we expect teams to also slowly journey their way in. Since phase 1, you know, there's not too much of a risk involved for them to really just take a slow approach. You don't exactly have to go directly for the hills. So even areas like farm, shelter, as well as mansion is absolutely playable, but because of the flight path, nobody's around that region. So if teams really want to play it super safe, they can opt to be playing around those regions instead. Forest Natural Gaming, though, they had a couple of all these difficult maneuvers throughout the span of the day. Only walk away with 7. And it'll be really sad that we don't get to see them in the PGS. I mean, they still have a chunk of points. They just need to get maybe into the top 7, top 6 or so. Still 3 days for them to, of course, expend to see if they could really push up the charts. I mean, right now, if you were to make comparisons, they need, like, I don't know, multiple chicken dinners to even get anywhere close to 40 points, so to speak. Probably 2 would suffice.
Yeah, but even if we get the 2 right, of course it will be a cause for celebration. But we also have to consider that the other teams would gain points as well. So if they gain points, naturally the gap would also widen. Hence, you need to gain more than the 40 points to be part of the pack. So that's something for them to consider and to observe as well. Like, what will be the possibility of the teams above them to continue to gain points? And obviously, if they were to gain points, it's through like either eliminations or placements. And that's where a team like Forest might find it difficult, as they could be part of the elimination list.
Yeah. Of course, there's a lot of target on their backs as well. Everybody wants to go into the main event of the year. They've been working so hard to get to this point. To me, Forest Natural Gaming, they've been able to really prove themselves worthy for a championship run. I mean, the past major that they've played out, they got like what, a top 4 finish, top 5. Gotta really look through Wikipedia to confirm it. But hey, those results absolutely massive for this team that's been going every step of the way. And here we go, potential first pick off here coming from the side of Jacob as he tries to obliterate that vehicle out of Team Flash. And thankfully, that member of Team Flash has been able to find just about enough cover as Windy Esports sees even some movements across the field.
And Windy Esports, they are definitely aware of the presence of another team because they have 2 players up on the high ground, so they have that information. They're moving towards that direction though. I wonder if they are willing to take this early fight, but we'll continue to observe that later. eArena, they have a big spread. We have 2 players on this area and the other 2 on the other side. But willing to make the big moves? Still phase 1 though. And it's 64 players still. Normally teams wouldn't want to take this risk at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, they started off in the Yasnaya. They don't really have to really go too far off. There's a potential that it could shift towards the north point. So they don't exactly need to fight for that space over the north. And if you take a look at, you know, the past couple of games, we have some of all these ping pong circles that really closes into different directions rather than the direct center. So you don't really want to be stuck in a spot where you have, you know, 5 teams waiting to get into certain areas. So I think it's a safe approach overall. Same goes to Anyone's Legends that starts off over the south side. And now you see a little bit of presence coming in from TDT. And for most part, these teams, they love to really fight for this hill control.
Well, unless you're Sharper Esports, then maybe you wouldn't mind like, oh, having teams in front of you that we can potentially fight and bring in elimination points for ourselves. And so far, that has been working out for them. That's why they don't really depend on like, oh, we need to get the chicken dinner. We need to get the placement points in, because they're able to supplement it well with the elimination points. Hence, finding that balance for themselves. That's why they're currently on top. But of course, I will also ask the question of like, how long can they play that sort of strategy? Because at some point, teams are going to be able to sniff it out, and then they will find a way to counter after looking at how they take those kind of fights from the outside in that's so successful for them.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be a concern for tomorrow. Now that further confirms it that it goes deeper into the Rozhok as well as the same spot where Sharper Esports was at. Oh, a big run in as Anyone's Legends have been able to take her off of those wheels, and they will be well on their journey. And just like that, a little bit of a collision course as they're going to be full sending it deep into the direct center. Oh, this is going to be a long drive. Hopefully, Anyone's Legends does not get picked off from doing so.
And Full Sands finding their way, or where should they park themselves within the circle. They're still by the edge of it, so there's a chance that the circle will move away. But on the elimination feed, looks like starting to light up right now with Olympus eliminated. Same goes for Haisaki. So we have at least 2 different eliminations elsewhere. We already have 3 in total. Hopefully we get a replay on how that happened earlier on. But we're going to zoom in on the school, and it looks like Sharper Esports. This is their starting point, and they left school for other teams to take.
And the Expendables is just in the center of it. Whoa. So unfortunately, he stepped right into the Molotov. And Hymas, he gets a free picking. And 6, 7, 8, 9. Can he find a way to just hold on as all these blue zone grenades are also being sent right through? And those Legends, so far, very effective with this push. They find even more of these members of Windy. And now, down to only 2.
And Anyone's Legends playing the rest of the round without Haisaki though. Oh, wow! 6, 7, 8, 9 got Himas! What a nade that was! Beautifully angled to get a knock. But now it's a matter of securing the elimination point. But unfortunately, his target is on the outside, so he has to step out. He has to take that bit of a risk if he wants to secure that point.
Oh, another one being spotted out over in the corner window. Gets to secure the point up against Hamas. And Anyone's Legends now in the same predicament, down to 2 members remaining. I love the fact that Windy actually played proactively to really deny the rest of AL from crashing right through. And back towards the other sector of school, that's going to be UNQ and the rest of Armory Gaming, hearing all these shots being fired from across the fields, but not really participating as they are actually keeping their eyes over onto Theerathon 5. A couple of all these pot shots coming in from the side of Kurt, but not really finding much at all. It's going to take a while before you see more and more of these players just try to fight for that area on that school apartments.
Yeah, I guess the focus will be on the school apartment. Like the school compound itself, I don't see any team willing to challenge the school compound for now. But I guess it also will depend on what kind of circle we're going to get next. We're heading on to phase 3 soon in about 10 more seconds. And here we have a good bird's eye view on where all the teams are at. Okay, if it zooms in on the school, then the school apartment will definitely be a focal point. Yeah. And we still have a bit of school there, so there's still a chance. Well, there's still a chance it could go school. There's still a chance that it could go out of school too.
Yeah, while there are teams that are playing by the outskirts though, Full Sense, after that win, they're taking things really slowly over the far south. Perhaps they might be held back by the presence of TDT. As we go back towards the side of Sharper Esports, as much as they've been firmly planted over onto the center, they haven't gotten into the midst of the action. Baron opens up some couple of all these bullets as Kids pulls out a line and he gets a double! Wow! Blink and you miss it. This is just perfect as he lands the kiss goodnight onto those 2 members of Happy Squad.
I see what you did there. But here comes the rest of Happy Squad. They want revenge though. It's going to be CJ and 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝑔𝐿𝐿𝑔 the duo that has to do it. And we have CJ here alone. On the outside is another player waiting for him. CJ getting prepped up for it. He does have an M4 though. But he's on the outer side of the circle. Oh, he's just by the edge of it. But anyway, he still needs to win this fight across. Blinded by the stun grenade. Goes up to the second floor. Goes back down to the ground floor. Hits his shots, but not able to get a knock on the Baron yet.
It's going to be a very tight squeeze. CJ, he's got not much of that space to work with. Those deflates aren't giving him any form of reprieve. And with the blue zone grenade, that's just sufficient for 𝐏𝐿𝐿𝐵 to secure it. So that only leaves 𝐿𝐿𝐵 all alone in the city of 𝐍𝑜𝑧𝑒.
Yeah, good blue zone grenade though to get that knock. Pretty straightforward there. On the other side is going to be 𝐿𝐿𝐵, the final player for HAPPIE squad. And now his position is compromised. And I'm pretty sure Force Natural Gaming, they know that he is alone. So as soon as they pick up 𝐏𝐿𝐵, they could go for 𝐿𝐿𝐵.
Yeah, but of course, that's a couple of seconds being bought. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, is he going to be able to find a little bit of a wiggle room to reposition? Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Baron, spot out, 𝐿𝐿𝐵 again! Oh! This might just be the biggest turnaround that we've ever seen come over HAPPIE squad. And the damage being done towards 𝐾𝐆. 58 HP. He calls for a retreat. He knows that this is a little too much to bear. He can't afford to fall out one after another. And he secures it up against Baron. And still went in for a save. CJ is now healthy and alive. Well, I said too soon because the push comes into effect.
Wait a second. 𝐿𝐿𝐵 gets another one. 𝐏𝐿𝐵 goes down. CJ, however, eliminated by 𝐾𝐆. Now it's going to be a 1v1, but the nade by 𝐾𝐆 will make sure that 𝐿𝐿𝐵 will not come up with a hero run.
Oh. Forrest, the wondrous, and now it's going to be 𝐾𝐆's moment to shine once more. 4 points under his name. Can he deal with more? 𝘅𝑚𝑖 now on a push, and he will be able to get it. He'll be able to deter F and G. And this is another early exit for Forrest.
But that was pretty much chef's kiss there. Still a good effort by 𝐾𝐆 himself, but unfortunately, Forrest, it's cool that they got the 5 elimination points, but at this moment, at this stage, at the position that they're in, they need more. Let's see if he's able to make this comeback in the following round. But anyway, focusing back onto the teams that are still in the game, we have T5 here by the edge of the circle. Right in front of them is going to be FS. But looks like they decided not to continue on this fight, and they're going to take point in the circle itself.
I can't get over that fight inside 𝐍𝑜𝑧𝑒. I need a little time to recover from that, but hey, at least we are getting BRU here, spotting out some players out of NHE and 𝐽𝑑ai. He lands the blow first and foremost. 𝐷ynasty, he actually looks towards the direction of BRU. He could have actually stolen that point away, but he doesn't mind it. I mean, credit where credit is due. That was another great pickoff coming from the side of Sharper Esports as they earned their first point. Well, right over the fields, the rest of Team Flash looking for an exchange. And it seems like there's just more and more of these players getting more involved in the fights, with AG knocking down 2 players out of T5.
Oh, and there goes UNQ as well. Yuda gets eliminated. Hwang knocked down. Patapong from T5 down as well. Now on screen we have TDT. The final active play is going to be 777. Is he going to go for the pickup? But before that, he's able to secure another elimination point, taking out Brian.
Oh, that was so close. You could barely see through the smoke. And somehow, he managed to salvage a very dire situation. And now, speaking of a push right now, it's going to be Team Flash. Just sends in a beautiful nade. Long X. Easy does it. TDT unable to even recover. That's another 3 points in for the side of Team Flash. And that actually creates so much space for Team Flash to play up the north point, while eArena, they're also taking shape as they try to pick off those players out of Finhay CERBERUS.
Oh, here comes Theerathon, knockdown from afar. 𝐿𝐿𝐵, we need to pick him up though. Sends a smoke across, hoping to provide him enough cover for him to stay alive so that 𝐿𝐿𝐵 can go and save him. But then again, the fight is not over yet still. His opponents are around the corner. It's going to be a big risk if he goes in. And for FS, they're still quite spread out though. Circle moves towards the southern side. And we have Buriram in it.
Yeah, and these teams who are situated over on the north point of the hill, they're going to go in for that massive brawl to even find any form of space into the zone. And it's also going to be a dip, so it's not going to be easy at all. Armory finding a lot of pick off this game. 5 points so far to their name. The rest of Team Flash trying to see if they could eventually find an opening up against the rest of eArena. Jacob's going to be firmly planted. He knows that somebody's trying to push forward. They both send in a grenade. Norns getting all that intel. And eArena, they could potentially find a way to flank those members of Team Flash, and this could be a very scary situation. They're already getting blinded, so 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘 is going to be vital in this first contact.
Oh, that just got knocked down by Eddie. Buriram might start to collect more elimination points now. They have yet to collect anything. Tapping from afar is going to be Eddie. He wants to make sure that point goes to Buriram United Esports before it's potentially stolen away by anyone else. Or maybe even saved. Oh, the save is happening. Oh, Eddie might not be able to secure this one.
Yeah, he doesn't really have vision through the trees as well. Flores is trying to cook up something in return. Let's see if this one lands. Mortar is okay. 431 meters. Is that gonna be sufficient? Okay, just send it, Flores. We'll check to see if it's gonna be able to convert something in return. Well, going back to eArena. Tension now rising between the two. Getting inches closer and closer. So far, Pons doesn't hear any movements whatsoever. And look at the arena. They're just absolutely gating off those members of Team Flash.
Even the vehicles are drove slowly. Oh, Buriram can't get Simon T. Oh, Pons. Right for him. He knows. He sees his target. Not able to pull the trigger. Oh, man. Now he takes damage. He has to back off. Team Flash, they're moving forward. They're able to deal the amount of damage, but still not able to get that knock. No advantage yet for either side. Pons!
They all push at the same time. Team Flash! They're all slowly punctured out by Lyric's effort. And Norins! He's only got 1 HP, and eventually he gets brought down. Only 2 members left for the side of eArena as they try to push right through. And now down to 1 member remaining on the other quarter. And his smokes to cover his tracks, but he's barely surviving as the blue zone closes in. Lyrics! He did not find the drop. And 𝐿𝑜NG_X somehow finds them all.
Oh, and finally the fight up north is done. But that means that other fights will begin right now, including Buriram United Esports. And look who's in the top 7. We have Sharper Esports still on the left side, but on the outer circle, we have 𝐿𝑡EAGLE. Now it's their turn to find a way to go in.
They're just barely by the rim of the zone. They can actually take cover for a while longer. And you can see none of these teams want to move deeper into the fields. I mean, there's just a little bit of a crease for them to take a little cover. And 𝐿ONG_X, the moment he stepped into the zone, he has to deploy that full shield. So, BRU, they'll keep watch for now. So far, only 1 point. But they've already made it into the top 7. Better progress, like you said. 𝐿ONG_X, I don't know how much time can he buy from that position. It seems like it's going to be hard for him to even run across.
Oh, man. The maximum amount of time that he has is probably the smoke. Once it dissipates, that's it. Or maybe even the blue.
Yeah.
We'll see which one comes first. Yeah, I think the blue as well. 1 minute 30 seconds. Yeah, he still needs to move. Unless if Sharper Esports they're distracted, then maybe he will have an opening.
Yeah, a little too late for him. He just denied himself out of blue zone. While Sharper Esports, another round, another potential top 4 finish. And just look at their positioning from the map itself. They've already claimed 1 chunk of the quadrant already. And now back towards 𝐸𝑃OT. By far the best round for Windy Esports, but it's only down to one member left. I think that AL's position isn't all too great either ways, but it's going to be a little bit of a firm challenge. Speaking of which, oh, good damage put out towards Destroy. 𝐸𝑃OT knows that he cannot afford to back down, and Anyone's Legends got sniped away from 𝐿ORY's.
And Destroy is the one taken out. And now Delwin with his nades at the cross. Don't think he'll be able to hit his target. Okay, he sees out the ego, shows himself, and Delwin has to back up immediately. Takes a lot of damage just by showing himself for 1 second. That's how sharp these players are.
They're absolutely lethal, I must say. And somehow 𝐸𝑃OT still survives. I believe his name is Dope in reverse. I mean, so far, absolutely stellar plays. Making it into the top 5. More mortars sent up in the air. Buram United now find themselves outside the zone. They have those vehicles to actually get across. It seems like it might just be safer for them to also go on foot. I mean, thankfully ED's got a UAZ with him. But now, the fight between Sharper versus Buriram will definitely be one for the books.
Oh, Delwin. Tries to get a pixel shot. He knows that somebody is behind there. But now with the circle, having moved forward, pressure will be onto the Expendables to find their way in as well. Same goes for some of the members of Alter Ego. Chibi is still calling up for help at this point. I'm not sure if they can save him though.
Shimoy is also stuck in this position as well. They have to deal with the Expendables over the hillside. They must stay now with the push. All the defense now thrown right at him. They found Thunders stuck behind that rock. AD quickly secures it with that grenade alongside with his AUG. Now the rest of Sharper Esports alerted. But they gotta make a decision whether to take this fight up against BRU or push towards the zone and then try to keep the rest of the push coming in from the side of Buram United. I don't think that they're allowed that kind of timing for them to easily get by. So both sides eventually will have to go for that long tussle between the two.
Now, who's going to be the better blue here? Buram United Esports or Sharper Esports? As Eddie from the side, he sees his target, but Eddie gets punished instead. Failed flag by Eddie. That shot gave away his position and he gets knocked down immediately.
Ruse. Gotta sift through the smokes. He spots out Earths as well. He's only on that red dot, and somehow, on the other side of the equation, the Expendables just deleted the entirety of Alter Ego. Back towards the fight. Sharper Esports now cooking those grenades. Khan going for the rescue. Can he afford maybe a couple more seconds? The Blues is also closing in, and Ruse is getting a little bit more of that vision, but he's also getting pummeled by those bullets. 28 HP. This is just a nail biter between the two.
Oh, Ken. Knocked out by the Expendables. Now they want a part of this fight. As Jedi, he sees his target within the smoke, but from afar, it's still going to be the Expendables. We have Delwin here from the back, securing another elimination point. And they're the ones putting the pain to Buram United Esports.
And the shift of the zone absolutely benefits the Expendables. They got the full control of the zone. And it doesn't matter whether Sharper or BRU wins out that trade. Eventually, they have to deal with this full stack. It's already been 8 points in this late surge for the Expendables, and they're looking to close out this game.
Oh, but it's a matter of who. Okay, now it's the confirmation. Sharper now at top 2. 2 active players left, but like what you said, it's so difficult for Sharper Esports right now with 𝐿𝑚 now down. Jedi, final player, will be eliminated. And the BGC champions, the Expendables, scores the chicken dinner.
Wow, what a round. All the trades in the final couple of these phases really were a matter of who gets to get the drop first. And the Expendables, I mean, they stayed resilient and quiet for the most part of the game until they've secured those openings from the North Point. And by winning out that trade up against Alter Ego, they have that full control of the zone. And, you know, we were so occupied with Sharper versus BRU. Eventually, it was our PGC champions here to show their dominance in the first day of the APAC qualifiers.
Well, don't count out the PGC champions yet, ladies and gentlemen. The Expendables, they are back with a chicken dinner. But, oh, I guess it's a matter of like how they actually did it against Alter Ego. But it doesn't matter, right? As long as they did it against Alter Ego, they had to win that fight. That fight was crucial for them. They moved forward when both Sharper Esports and Buriram United were busy with each other, and they just need to hold their ground, take control of the circle, and end it all.
Yeah, I think like you were absolutely spot on with that. I mean, they were also trying to find that opening of that space to really claim that high ground terrain. And once they have already sold the scores, you saw how efficient they actually deal the final blow towards both Sharper as well as Buriram United Esports, where, you know, in this round itself, we've seen so many of all these close proximity fights. I think like one of the best example was that fight between eArena as well as Team Flash. That was so technical, and it's pretty much the same when you saw how they were fighting for that space between Sharper as well as BRU, and eventually, you know, the one that was lying in wait over on the corner, they just had that bird's eye vision, and by then, a lot of all these smokes have already been deployed. There's not much to really cover ground for either side of the party. So I think the Expendables, they knew the right timings to efficiently, you know, pick them off one after another. And I saw, like, you know, out of the many lists of names throughout the mid game, TE, they only had like what, 1 point, and then all these big numbers actually comes in the form of, you know, phase 6 onwards.
Yep, those elimination points, right? And they even got a bonus because they got involved with the fight between Buriram and also Sharper Esports. So happened Buriram was just right in front of them, and I believe they scored a few elimination points because of that. So Sharper Esports, to a certain extent, I think they have the Expendables to thank for their second place finish as well.
Yeah, and once again, remaining to be super consistent. I think it's only a matter of time before Sharper actually lands a win of their own. But if they're consistently gaining so much of all these placement alongside with the volume of kills round after round, they really can't be bothered. Like, okay, if you get that chicken dinner, it's definitely a big bonus. But overall, they're feeling very comfortable on this form that they're currently having for day one. So we're also seeing a lot of all these teams really readapting into the pacing of how Erangel plays out. So we are getting very good results coming from even the mid-table all the way down to the bottom, where for most part, at least nobody goes down without a fight.
Yep, definitely. That's why we see a good amount of fights here. Again, it almost, you know what, Contra? It almost feels like as we roll the games, right? It feels like the teams, they are warmed up. we're starting to see a lot of amazing plays here. Like even in this round as well, we did see a good amount of plays as well. Very highlighted moments, I must say. And that excites me for the final round coming in, because we're going to have a repeat of Erangel again. Of course, it's the OG map. A lot of these teams, if not all these teams, they know the map like the back of their hand. So it will allow them to come up with interesting plays, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many brilliant plays. Earlier, we had Elgin bots to also take on some of all of these players inside of 𝘍𝘁𝘳. And, you know, that was quite the turnaround coming out of First Natural Gaming, where we saw a big clutch coming out of 𝐾𝑠. And he also swung it back towards what I believe to be CERBERUS, to be arriving from the North Point as well. So I felt like, you know, you give them just about enough time to adjust. You get to get more and more of all these massive highlight reels coming from every individual. That being said, the big winners were the Expendables, and of course Delwyn so far has been on point today.
Oh yeah, with the 4 eliminations brought in and 413 damage. I mean, the highest in terms of eliminations and also damage output, so surely he's going to be the MVP in this round. Followed by 𝐷𝐿𝐻 with 3 eliminations, and we have 𝐿𝑜ris with 1 and 𝐷𝐿𝐻 with 1, but everybody contributed to the success in this round. And like what we said, we went through the stats. It's quite clear that he's the man of the match in this round, and Delwyn has not only been showing up in this round, but in the rounds before as well.
Yeah, I really feel like the Expendables have this squad where every single individual is a threat, where you saw even in some of all these early skirmishes, you see more involvement coming from the side of 𝐷𝐿𝐻, and even from prior rounds in Miramar, that's where he shines. This time, Delwyn finally gets the limelight as well, as these two, when paired together, are a lethal combination. But, of course, we have already highlighted the winning team, but when we take a look at the rest of the other top 4 players, I mean teams, there's only about 3 points of kills, or down to 2 for Miramar United, but you could see significant damage output coming from all of them. It's just that there wasn't much of a conversion. There's just too many teams that they have to factor in that's also looking to steal some points away.
Well, still 𝐴𝐵𝑒 Esports stealing away points from the other teams by maintaining their consistency in the top 4 every round. Now zooming into the numbers for this round, so the Expendables 19 in total, 𝐴𝐵𝑒 9, and then we have Buriram with 7. So it looks like the only team with the double digit is the Expendables, but that allows like the points to be distributed across. So no team here goes out without any points at all. Even down to HAPPIE Squad and 𝐿𝐻𝑒, at least they still got a point, although they went out early this time. But because of 𝐴𝐵𝑒 and still very consistent, they are at number 1. But the Expendables, after this chicken dinner, they're trailing very close. Only 4 points behind 𝐴𝐵𝑒 now.
Yeah, and on top of that, when we take a look at the standings right now, I mean, the Expendables win really puts them closer and closer to 𝐴𝐵𝑒 Esports. And when we take a look at the midfield, those teams who are circling around those 20-point margin is looking to be having some decent, healthy opportunities as well. With BRU now climbing into the midfield, things are looking pretty safe for them, so long as they keep up with that momentum. So we've only got 1 more round of Erangel to go to see if anyone could put a stop to the streak of the Thai teams, or even the teams of Vietnam that's been really getting all the limelight so far. I mean, good credit where credit is due. They've been super impeccable on how they've been able to perform. And TE, this is the start of many, perhaps, throughout this grand finals.
Oh yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? They are the world champions for a reason. So we can expect more from the Expendables coming soon. But of course, what does it take to stop 𝐴𝐵𝑒 Esports? Still, you give them like the circle and they play like in the middle. Yeah, it's not as high intensity like how they have done before from the outside coming into the circle, where they have the opportunity to bring in a lot more elimination points, but they're still able to get this second place finish with a okay amount of eliminations together with it. So it does show that they are very flexible to adapt to multiple situations.
Yeah, and so far, I think like they're just gonna stick to the pretty much the same kind of formula if they were to be over on the outskirts. But even when they're playing into the middle of the field, you can see that they have got pretty much the right protocols in order to really keep themselves safe at all times. And we're just getting a little glimpse of what seemed to be, well, I gotta confirm which team is this. I can't really see the logos from here. Maybe they should tilt down. Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. Black and red. It's always their colors.
Yeah, and of course, this is the colors of Sharper Esports. Looking pretty chill, at least for most of them. I guess they are in a position where they can, or they need to chill. Yeah, it's not an option for them. They need to chill because, yeah, the teams are starting to catch up to them, so they still need to be consistent. Maybe even it's time to bring in a chicken dinner. I worry that as consistent as they are, if let's say the Expendables scores a chicken dinner and normally they also package it with a good amount of eliminations, they could be overtaken. But let's see what will happen here as we head on to our final Erangel for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
So far, the race has been pretty much back and forth, other than, you know, Sharper finding that perfect rhythm or formula to consistently make it into the top 4. And, you know, it just takes maybe a little bit more that extra effort for them to land the chicken dinner eventually. Probably that's a story for tomorrow or so. Perhaps there's already a target on their backs right now, so to speak. But with them dropping in pretty much in the same location, probably they will be uncontested once more. Last we saw, it was somewhere in between the school compounds, while we're actually getting the rest of NHE to be dropping over the Stouter Hills, and not too far up is going to be the rest of Alter Ego to also be around those corners, so we might even see maybe a little bit of that early trade-off. And Cerberus holding dangerously close. They might contest for those vehicles, but it seems like there's no casualty whatsoever, so it's going to be pretty much a standard start for all of us in this final game.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe it's a day one thing, right? Of like, oh, it's still too early for us to hard drop and make enemies. It's day one. Because you don't want to make enemies on day one, and then you have like 3 more days to go. But,
remember what you asked for?
Yep. Thank you for saving the best for last.
I don't like the look of this. Like, you know, usually when it covers the island, it shows you a little bit of that mainland. This only shows you like one small portion of Fair Pier, so it really further confirms that it will be in the melee base. So it is going to be a little bit of a race to get by. I think of all teams, TDT, Happy Squad, they get that early access and potentially even FS. I'm wondering what exactly would be the call right now. Do they instantly scavenge for that E pickup, or do they just quickly get those initial weapons and just drive right in? So it's going to be a big call for all the teams, and we might even see plenty of them being devoured by the zone.
Well, at least Happy Squad is not too far away from the bridge. Even if they don't go for an E pickup, they want to just drive in, they would have one of the quicker access. But there's still, of course, looting in Primos, but that's fine. They can still take that time. By the time they decided to move, I guess they should still have that space. Well, of course, if they have the E pickup, then sure, right? They can come in later, but it's okay. But the risk, of course, if you like use the E pickup to go in late, there's a chance that you could be shot down. So that's also another risk for them to consider as well. So ideally, it's to move as early as possible, especially if you happen to be around the area of Ferry Pier or Primos. If you can go in early, why not?
Yeah, and I believe that certain teams are already on their journey into the islands. One such team is going to be Buriram United, who's been able to reach 𝘍𝘀𝘀 already. And last I spotted through the map as well, I believe Anyone's Legends have been also trailing very closely towards Buriram United. So there could be a potential fight between the two. Whereas TDT, they were holding over onto the Western Bridge instead. I'm wondering if they're going to set up a camp right across the bridge to really hold these teams back. And we speak about the emergency pickup. That's what the Expendables is aiming to do. There's still plenty of space to be claimed. And as a matter of fact, nobody's blowing up the middle base just yet. So they could absolutely stock up if they are the ones to call the first dibs.
Yeah, and if you're from Pochinki, of course, ideally you want to make the move with the emergency pickup, so you don't need to deal with the potential bridge camping in case any team were to make the first move. So I would say, yeah, if you are Pochinki onwards, then ideally it's like the emergency pickup. But of course, like what we discussed earlier, is also not to use the emergency pickup too late. If not, you could be shot by teams that are already prepared inside or made to the base.
We already see TU usage. Theerathon 5 is going to be on board as well. Understandably so. I mean, it's very risky when you're traveling coming in from South George, North George, you name it. So hopefully they will be able to get themselves a really beautiful area to play out. I think one good option would also be that southern port, where they could also really hold by the coastal areas instead of being directly planted inside the middle base, since it could still end up outside of those urban terrains. I mean, urban setting. So a lot of big decisions to be made, but haven't really seen a lot of these teams to be involved in, you know, either some cheeky setups over onto Ferry Pier, or even over onto the corners where BRU has been able to loot up some extra stuff inside of 𝘍𝘁𝘳𝑐.
But yeah, that's what we want to see, right? Especially teams get creative with the bridges. There's still time though, so it's a matter of who will set that up. Maybe it's one of those teams that use the emergency pickup to quickly get into the circle might do that setup. I mean, as long as you're early, then there's still a chance. Or maybe Windy Esports might do it. They're already on the left side bridge by the lighthouse.
Yeah, TDT, they decide, you know what, it's not worthwhile to actually set up those camps because they will expect a lot of these teams to be on the emergency pickup. And there we go, they spot out some parachutes diving right down below. Plenty of teams are definitely looking towards the coastal areas. We've already got like HAPPIE squad, Full Sense, and also Anyone's Legends to be planted right there. Over from the east to this far south. On the west side. Meanwhile, they landed, and just before they even dock, who that gets the perfect shot to the head, and Patapong is already off the list. But quickly as they responded, destroyed, now on the ground. Fluky, he lands on top of the scaffold, and now is on the hunt. Backup arriving shortly as Anyone's Legends are kind of segregated for the moment.
Well, that's what we talked about earlier, Contra. If you come in late, even with the emergency pickup, you could be shot down. And that's what happened to Patapong. And now Rosita Jr. together with Fluky will need to win this fight before they can pick up Ranger X. As 𝐼𝐹𝐺 will pressure them. 𝐼𝐹𝐺 is the final player though. And 𝐼𝐹𝐺 will be eliminated. T5, they win back this area for themselves.
Incredible outcome coming forward the side of Theerathon 5 with the aerial assault. Oh, thankfully, Fluky has gotten the job done. And with that, they've managed to still play with 3 members. The Expendables have definitely hurt those shots, though. Do they really want to get involved? Is going to be the next big question. Whereas Chopper Esports, they're thinking about picking up a ferry to really traverse across, perhaps. And I don't know if this is going to be the right play or so. But hey, there's not too many options if you don't really find yourselves the e-pickup, so might as well either get a boat or get a ticket for the ferry.
Yeah, that could be an option as well. The last option that you want to use is to swim across. That's going to be the worst option. It's slow, you're exposed, and you could potentially be gunned down while you're swimming. So you don't want to leave that to chance. Ideally, of course, you have to find alternatives, like even like using the glider is not too bad.
Yeah, and Man, he's just cruising for the meantime. I want to take a look at where exactly are his teammates, though. He's probably too far away from anywhere close to other members of Alter Ego. Well, I guess that's the answer. BRU went into for that push, and ED quickly secures it. Not much that Mon can actually contribute from all the way above. Rum United, they now glide across the hangar and finds themselves quite some significant cover to really play it along the southern stretch.
Yeah, so they're going to play it safe within mid to the base. I guess it's definitely still okay since a lot of teams are still in the main peninsula as well. But what Man is doing right now is just gather information so they know how deep Alter Ego can go. It's great doing scouting work from above. And here comes another team, NHE, arriving into mid to the base. Unscathed, unharmed. Although their position known by Rum United, but they're not going to be able to affect that much. Okay, now we get a good view of where the other teams are. We have 3 teams still on the main peninsula.
It's a slow drive for both eArena as well as Force, and they might actually lock horns by doing so. And we're already getting this zone shrinking deeper over onto the far west. NHE now sees if they could actually find any form of avenue. Rum United also driving side by side, so I wonder if there's going to be any form of shots to be fired at each other for that.
Well, you asked for it, you got it. Belmont gets long X, but Belmont knocked down immediately right after that. Thanks to 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 for Team Flash. As full sense, we have Flash here. 20% of health, needs to heal up. 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 from the other side, putting pressure back. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘓𝑒𝘓 gets in, but on the right side, he did check his corner and he's ready for it. No surprises for him.
Wow, he just full sends it. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘓𝑒𝘓, he's looking for a whole lot more, and he does actually pin a couple more bullets right across. 24 HP left. He definitely needs the backup coming from 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷, and he's definitely checking all those angles. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘓𝑒𝘓 managing to recover. Flash, is he going to be able to prime a grenade? He just gotten himself pretty much back to 80% for the moment. So it's going to be a full reset from both ends. But Windy wants to get involved as well. This could be a 3-way party. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘓𝑒𝘓 thinking whether or not should he actually go in for the trade. And it seems like 6, 7, 8, 9 managing to find one. And Flash is taken out.
Okay, he has to back off. Position compromised. Takes a bit of damage. Flash will be eliminated. ER goes down as well to the hands of 777. 𝐿𝑉𝑜𝘓𝑒𝘓. Lucky enough for him, he's able to get into the building. ER eliminated by 777. Happy squad. Now they have to play the rest of the round with 3 players. More teams will be coming in though. I wonder what's the status of those teams that last we saw were still on the main peninsula. They have to get in now, considering that this circle is 100% made to the base.
It's still a slow drive, judging from the map feed that I'm looking at. But the good news is eArena as well as Force Natural Gaming is pretty much still intact. But I'm not too quite sure as to where exactly will they be able to find that safe space. Even Sharper Esports, they actually took the ferry. So they will end up in Novorodnoy, which is why you're seeing their names highlighted in blue right now. Soaking a little bit of that damage. But phase 2, not too concerning just yet. Relatively tankable. Just gotta burn through some resources to get by. The rest of the Expendables, though, they find themselves a good spot by the junction. Right across, there's gonna be Shibert as well. All thanks to Mon that actually created an opening from that glider that he's been piloting for the longest time. And yeah, big question, where exactly is Mon right now? Well, we take a glimpse over onto BRU, who might actually look for a little bit of challenge.
Okay, we get a good view of who's up for the challenge next. Okay, we still have Forest still on the main peninsula, the final team there. Everyone else is already in the mid base island. But look at this circle contra. Pulls all the way to the left, and we still have like what? 50% of water in it?
Oh boy, this is gonna be a rowdy ride. And Sharper Esports, they managed to find an pickup coming in from 𝘍𝘭𝘓, so they should be finding a little bit more of that space. But the problem is, there's not much compounds to begin with. 𝐿𝐴rena doing exactly the same. They're looking to dock by the shores, and thankfully they're safe. A couple of bullets have tacked upon them, but Newhouse Esports unable to get any form of knock. Quick check coming from 𝘁𝑟𝑒𝑛s, making sure that nobody strikes them from the back. And just like that, 𝐿𝐴rena, they're in a relatively good spot.
Yeah, good spot for 𝐿𝐴rena, no doubt, especially with this kind of circle. And they have a bit of a cover from the other teams as well. Unless if at some point the circle moves away, there's going to be a different conversation. But now here comes T5 with 𝐿𝐴rena in the middle of everyone else. And shots fired onto him. Takes a lot of damage, down to 30%. He's able to land, but he has to find cover quickly. Found a shack, and he can reset now.
𝘁𝑟𝑒𝑛's tracking is pretty insane if you ask me. Almost take the winds out of his sail. The Expendables so far doing a great job holding down the line, but they need to go deeper into the zone. While Theerathon 5 desperately fights for a little bit of that space, two members are knocked out. Or should I say that was just one player to be confirmed? Yep, it was two players taken out from the side of T5. From United, just trying to squeeze some space through the hillside, while TDT spots some action over the hill and they want to be involved.
Oh, here comes the tap from afar. DDT looking to secure their second elimination point. Another spray from the side. Pressure back onto Forest. As looks like the elimination fee is starting to go crazy right now. Jedi goes down, 𝐿𝐴r𝑟𝑒𝑛 as well. 𝐿𝐴rEN gets taken out. And Baron on the ground. 𝐿𝑴rEN too. The Expendables not having a good time as they lose their MVP from the previous round. 𝐿𝐴rEN.
Oh, Sharper actually finding a whole lot out of this scenario. Just like that, two members out of the side of the Expendables. With Sharper Esports, they're only left with a member to play out this round. Not looking so great this time around. This might just be the first time that Sharper Esports might not even make the top 4 cut. I mean, who could blame them? This circle is ridiculous. Okay, we get an update. Probably it will be moving towards 4s. Yep, that further confirms it. And it's great for them. I mean, other than Team Flash, they're one of the few to be able to get some cover through a compound. So everybody else just got to hug tight by the coastal areas, and anyone who's late is just gonna be met with a hail of bullets.
I like the new word, redonkulous. It just emphasizes how crazy the circle is. But Sharper Esports, yeah, you talked about them. Now they're only down to 1 player, and they're still tanking the blue, so don't think they'll be able to last that long. Probably going to go out with only that 1 elimination point soon. Same goes for the Expendables, though. They just got eliminated with no placement points and only 1 elimination point. But this opens up the opportunity for CERBERUS to catch the top.
Yeah, that actually is a very good point. But CERBERUS, they're going to be met with a flock of crowd over onto the northeastern corner of the map. So they got to deal with Armory Gaming, 𝐿𝐴r𝑒𝑛, potentially even TDT. So it is definitely a lot for them to digest. When the Esports spots out the PTRM, I don't think he will be able to puncture through 𝘍𝑵𝑏𝑎𝑜, but he could try. Maybe a better chance at securing the knock. 𝐶𝐿𝑚T is the one that actually takes that point. While 𝐿𝐴r𝑒𝑛, they finally show themselves as they are fighting for that space by the far end of the eastern corner of the map.
Oh, here comes the spray by 𝐶𝐿𝑚T into the smoke. Just to get his target, 𝑈NQ goes down to the ground, but 𝐶𝐿𝑚T is pretty low. He has to be careful, but he still is able to get a double knockdown. Kurt is the next one to fall. His teammate, 𝘍𝑵𝑏𝑎𝑜, will pick his point up.
He's so efficient on all of these pickoffs, and you also saw the backup arriving with the BDRM. Now BRU goes on foot, taking charge of this scenario as the definitely spot out those members of Alter Ego. It's only going to be Mon left on the far corner. Armory Gaming tries to gatekeep the rest of Cerberus. Bruce lining up the shots. And seems like it's going to be a little hard for them to actually get much done up against the BDRM, but I'm not quite sure if BRU wants to take that risk.
Well, he sees an open target on the other side. It's going to be a target that's still trying to run away from the bullets. And looks like the pickup will happen. And he will be safe for now. Buriram United Esports not able to secure their 8 elimination, but they'll be pretty okay with the 7 that they've got so far. Now we're going to see the circle update, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely going to go somewhere onto land. And then a confirmation is going to go towards the right side now. Going to be an easy entry for Buriram.
Yeah, they're already by the rim of it. Meanwhile, for those who are over onto the coast, though, they have to really find a way to just run right across. I don't think it's an easy task for either NHG or even eArena to do so. Finhay Cerberus, they look to book directly in the center once again. Bypasses the member of Alter Ego. 10 trip now. Fencing some opportunities up against the rest of Buriram United. Looks to deplete their vehicle. Uter finds a catch over on the lyrics, as it was a little bit more of a back and forth trade happening by the shores.
Oh, and Alter Ego just got eliminated. The final player was Man. And now in the middle of the circle, we have Simon T here. It's going to take a bit of risk to be in the middle of the circle, but he still needs to manage the road at some point with other teams, DDT especially, trying to put pressure back onto him. Now, eArena, they had the comfort of this area for the longest time. Now it's time for them to move.
And there's just so many players planted over onto the mainland. It's going to be really hard for eArena to not get spotted out. 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 now gets the exchange up against BRU's Dynasty. It feels like it's a little bit of a repeat of what went on from the last game, but this time Sharper finds himself over the blue zone. 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 needing to heal up. Oh, it's just so difficult, but somehow he does prevail.
Oh,
and he gets the catch over on the Dynasty.
Man, that is insane. He's still able to secure that 1 extra elimination point before he potentially goes out. And Tantrip from Happy Squad will make sure that 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 gets eliminated. But still he's able to secure that 1 extra point.
Oh, that was pretty important for him to do so as well. But in this game, it's Buriram United really showing their strides. 7 points already, and majority of the kills are in the form of Eddie, really finding a lot of catches throughout the span of the round. Newhouse Esports had that to see it all along, or the coupe, and they're just going to be crashing into the gates. Binnek now arrives to the scene, but instantly getting knocked down. And Windy, they were coming into this compound absolutely prepared, taking on NHG and FL at the same time.
Oh, and yes, you did. He has to navigate around the blue to try to get across. The blue would definitely put pressure. And for Station Gaming, they just got eliminated at number 9. Now all these teams on the battleground, they're starting to play some points for themselves. Dudu just on the outside. He knows that somebody's on the inside. But whether the point will be denied away or not, that will be the question right now. Dudu very, very patient, waiting for his target to come out.
But his health bar is depleting rather rapidly, though. I'm not too sure if he still has any form of first aid. But it could very well be a last stand if he could just get an inch closer, or he just denies himself. There goes Uter. Newhouse Esports at least makes it into the top 8. Bagging 1 point in placement. TDT now have to fight over onto the open grounds as they've been able to pin down a couple of members coming from eArena. And the struggle continues for Norrens. And eArena just couldn't even find a way to really run past.
And eArena out. No elimination points at all for eArena, but still able to play some points. Anyway, now we're in the top 6. Windy Esports, they see their target just right across. It's going to be Marcus with a Mini 14. Tapping it away, hoping to land his shots, but because it's a fully covered vehicle, it's not going to be easy. Still, he's able to bring in at least 50%, 70% damage onto the other side.
Plenty more space to play out over the hills. Huang. Gotta see if he could just squeeze in a couple of bullets as he is using the UAZ as a barricade. Marcus on the Mini 14 finds the catch up against 𝐸. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 so desperate to keep himself alive, he's just hiding inside the smoke. 10 trips so far has been popping off the entire round. Happy Squad still have 3 members remaining, but they're finding it hard to hold up against BRU.
Oh, and AD here, still with a high ground advantage, but now he's forced to turn back thanks to the molly. But now they do have a compound though. This is going to be their fortress against Happy Squad. They're still on the outside of the circle. The zone is starting to close in onto them. 10 trip. Here comes the stun grenade on top, but nobody's home though. At most, he only blinded himself. But now that he has recovered, they have to find a way to cut across Buriram United.
CJ also getting pinned out. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be the play, but he's going to be able to put him on his shoulders as he carries CJ into a safer location. Thankfully, TDT is not pushing just yet. I mean, they could have basically uncovered the entirety of Happy Squad, and the moment I speak of it, the match is bottomed out. Only 1 member remaining, and they are going to be popping that grenade right behind that rock. Barely enough space for them to play out. TDT makes it into the top 5 by eliminating the rest of Happy Squad.
And the circle shifts, and it favors CERBERUS, who's currently in the middle of the circle. Time for Buriram to move, but Windy Esports will not make it easy for them at all. As Team Flash, the next team to be eliminated at number 5, now we're in our top 4 teams.
Great chance for Buriram United, despite them only having 2 members throughout the entirety of the run. And it could be another potential chicken dinner for Finhay CERBERUS as well. So far, TDT as well as Windy needs this more than ever. They've been stuck at the bottom of the barrel for a very long time, and this could easily change that fate. Windy spots 1, and then the rest of TDT looking to traverse across. They do have those vehicles to try to make space into the direct center.
Marcus?
And this BDRM is still pretty much running throughout the whole field.
Okay, but where will they park their vehicle now? We'll check on them later, because right now it's going to be TDT trying to find a way into the circle. But Windy Esports will not make it easy. And here's the Panzer shot by Eddie. Gets 1, gets 2. Eddie will secure these elimination points, but just to be countered by the other side. Eddie now down on the ground. But still, Buriram, they're in top 3.
And he's using the BDRM as a cover right now. 𝐸𝐷, with an insane play, he blew himself up with the Panzer as well. Oh my word. That definitely is going into the highlight reels. BRU only left with 1, with potential of a pickup. TDT so far farmed out 11 points, the best performance so far, and they're going up a chase up against Windy. Marcus gets that drop over onto 𝐸𝐷. So far, TDT cannot afford to make any form of mistakes. They've given just about enough room, and they kind of know where exactly Roos is at for the moment.
Man, 𝐸𝐷's opening was crucial for his teammate to survive to a top 3 now. Let's see how far more they can go. Maybe Buriram might be the kingmaker in the final phase. We're moving towards phase 8, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where the circle will go. With highly potential, go to the middle. And yes, both teams get it. But Roos? Oh man, position compromise. June knows he's there.
Yeah. I just love on how our observers have been able to tell the story when we first started off in the initial flight paths. And the first couple of things that we saw was BRU loading up with a couple of Panzer. And we were wondering, when exactly does that come into play? And nobody has been able to deal with the BDRM2 coming out of Finhay CERBERUS. And you know what? They just run up to the wrong team. BRU
They were absolutely ready to take them on. And wow, what a sight to behold. Now back into the action. Going closer and closer. And TDT, they're playing for ourselves, so they are kind of giving a lot of room for Windy to take space.
Ryu's not really showing himself yet, but he's still on the outside of the circle though. Now zone is closing, but I kind of know that he's there. It's a matter of finding an angle to take him out. Unless TDT and Windy Esports gets busy with each other, then, well, it's going to be an opportunity for Buriram to actually make it through. But still, 777 scoping in. I don't think he'll be able to make it past this stage.
Yeah, he's just buying time. And as a matter of fact, it's Marcus that kind of took that opportunity away. Now, back to a 4 versus 4. And take a look at Windy. They're surrounding him with a flank. Does 777 actually knows about this current situation? Tries to see if he could actually go for some quick restock. There's plenty of all these crates for them to loot up from, so this might actually amplify their firepower in this final bout.
Oh, here comes Windy. He's waiting for the right moment to get that one knock, but TDT, they fight back though. We have 777 basically managing 2 sides at the same time. And now he's trying to open up the flag. 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 damage, has to fall back.
The civil rivalry between TDT as well as Windy continues from the plains till this very stage. And yet, it's been pretty much a tie for the past 3 minutes, but it all comes down to an end right now with Phase 9 drawing it to a close. Jun, he's got that Groza in hand, and 777 finally found it, an opening up against ePod.
Okay, that could be the first of many, but Marcus fires back though. Both sides manage to trade off with each other. Sapal deals a lot of damage onto the other side, but then again, not able to get a knock yet. Still, the zone is starting to close. Marcus on the left side will lock in another elimination point. 9th for Windy.
15 HP. Oh, that was a little too close. Finally gets a little bit of a cover, but 777 is already marching up ahead. He gets the angles, but he got brought down instead. Marcus somehow prevailed. And here comes the push. 2-man swing out of TDT. And they're still going proning. This MP5, could it do the trick? He gets spotted out.
Oh, immediately gets knocked down by Sapal from behind. Revenge for his fallen teammate. And that's going to be Sapal, 6, 7, 8, 9 against the final player of TDT. They should be able to get it. Here we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to Windy Esports.
Wow, that was a brawl. A fair 4v4, which Windy have precisely dissected any form of approach coming in to that very final moment. And wow, I'm trying to really formulate what went on. Windy, they were so calm and collected throughout the entirety of that fight to claim this dinner.
Oh, definitely took a lot of guts, took a lot of patience for them to claim this chicken dinner. It was a 4v4, so it was really, really tight. And finally, they got it. Here it is. To the final chicken dinner for today. Closing it off for day number 1 is Windy Esports.
That was. I mean, that's the perfect way to really end the night here in day one. And, you know, that scenario where every team was fighting tooth and nail for any form of space in the island, it was TDT as well as Windy to really go up for the final hurdle. And Windy, they finally gotten themselves a big win.
Yeah, it was definitely a big one. If you kind of think about it, right, it's not only the final moment where it's 4v4 and then you have one player from Buriram who could be the kingmaker, but it was also a very, very difficult circle to play. At some point, even it was like, what, phase 4, I believe, or maybe phase 3 or phase 4, we still have like 50% of water in that circle. It wasn't the easiest of circles to play, but surely it was entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the kind of hardship where you thought that it was going all the way deep into the mainland, and there was a certain point where, you know, a lot of teams were thinking that, hey, it should be around the coastal areas. So eArena, despite them really surviving for long, but there's still so many teams that's still pretty much well and alive that they walk away with either no points or only 1 point in placement. So it was rather unfortunate. Whereas you saw the kind of trades that goes down. Buriram United definitely was winning a lot of that fight, and I finally get a glimpse of that highlight where Edie, he went into the Panzer. I was wondering, how did he actually blow himself up? And he went too close to the BDR and that was about to detonate, so I finally got my answers.
Yeah, it happened so fast, right? But gotta give it to him. That was style at its best. It's like mid-range Panzer, followed up by sprays. I believe it was with his AUG, and gaining those 2 knocks at least, or eliminations. And he also has his teammate to follow up as well in case there's a cleanup that is needed. So that was a good sacrificial move that he did with that sort of range with the Panzer.
Yeah, and you know, all these teams really got their hands busy trading back and forth. I think Happy Squad also was kind of caught in a mix as well, where they really had to fight up against all the teams that were over on the other side of the hill. And over onto the course where Windy, they were unbothered by a lot of all the other teams. I mean, they were closer towards the coastal area. They took that sweet time, and eventually when a lot more of that space has been opened up because everyone's fighting for those hills, they eventually claim those opportunity, and somehow they've been able to really put a little bit more pressure onto the side of TDT, where I felt like at a certain point, TDT kind of could have really opened up a little bit more of a stretch to really find some space to work with. But there was also that member of Buriram United, I think it was Ruse, that was hiding behind that tree, that gives it a little bit of a level of risk. So TDT was kind of second guessing on those moments, and perhaps that's kind of what put them into a very hard space. But hey, it was still a back and forth trade out in that fair 4 versus 4.
Yeah, at some point it became like a tussle on who will get that 1 extra elimination point, right? Yeah, but we were kind of sure that, okay, it's going to be the top 2 for sure between a Windy as well as a TDT. That final one that was real, it's just a matter of who gets that 1 bonus. But yeah, it's that 1 extra point. But every point would count, right? Because we are still collecting those points. We are only in day number 1, and obviously we're done with day number 1. We need to look at what is the standings like now. I believe, okay, because the Expendable, they got eliminated as early as Sharper as well. They're not too far away, so I kind of have a hunch that Sharper might still be on top, even though they only gained 2 points.
Yeah, probably that could be the case, because if you take a look at some of all these teams that you expect to be all the way up there, I think Theerathon 5, they had some, of course, interesting battles by the port, and then eventually they kind of run out of that room to play out as well. So they only got maybe a couple of all these pickoffs on top of that. So we're not going to be seeing too much of a major shift over on to, you know, the top 4, other than, you know, this win for Windy to skyrocket them potentially into a top 10 finish. So I really want to take a close look on what exactly would be the outcome of this, as we're still tabulating some of the data. But hey, I'm kind of satisfied. You know, you were thinking about that island ending, and PUBG absolutely delivers that. So yeah, I'm absolutely satisfied. So maybe we need more of these kind of games for Force Natural Gaming or any teams that are currently down there to kind of get a wildcard run.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not complaining with this circle. I mean, if you kind of look at it, right, this circle, if it's given, you get to see the creativity of how the teams enter the mid to the base. We see a variety. Some of them took the boat, some of them with the E pickup, some of them just on vehicle. And we even had like some who just, well, we didn't have anyone who dropped early, but we have like people who actually went into mid to the base early and to wait for those who use the E pickup. So when they come in with the E pickup, you know, the knock comes in and all that. So that gave them the advantage, the first mover advantage, I will call it, the moment they plant themselves inside mid to the base circle. So that's why I kind of like mid to the base circle, because you get to see the creativity of how these teams manage the early phase of the round.
I believe there was a team that made a very interesting transition on how they actually managed the zone. They went into ferry pier, they take the ferry into Novo, then get an emergency pickup to get into the zone. So that definitely is a very long wait, but I think sometimes it's actually worthwhile if you actually consider, you know, by a certain point in time, a lot of these teams are either gatekeeping by the edge of the island, by the bridges, and they just really want a safe way in. But even so, it runs a 50-50 risk because you mentioned they were running out of space and so on and so forth. But overall, I'm absolutely satisfied on how things have played out. BRU, we've definitely given the fans a little bit of a worry in the first half of the day. And by the end of it, they are climbing up there. And same could also be said about Windy Esports that backed themselves a chicken dinner for Vietnam.
Wow, and Marcus came in with 6 eliminations for himself, but the number that interests me is Sapao, 2 eliminations, but a lot of damage, 689, and even Epot, no eliminations, but still able to deal 464 damage. So these two players, they did a lot of work to set up the play for the other teammates at Marcus and 6789 to lock in those elimination points, bringing it for the team. But without a doubt, the man of the match for this round is going to be Marcus from Windy Esports.
Yeah, you can recall that big play that he did right behind that UAZ. He's been able to really single out 2 of the players out of TDT to open up that possibility for this chicken dinner to happen. And of course, rightfully so, we saw big output. And just like you said, together alongside with Sapao to also offer just about enough amplification of damage, they back this win. And that actually ties them with TDT in the form of kills this round. While Buram United, they fought uphill up against all the teams and then dealt with Cerberus in order to secure their 10-pointer.
And for the first time today, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have Sharper Esports here in the top 4. Oh, out of 6 rounds, 5 rounds, they were in the top 4 without the chicken dinner. It's still a testament to their consistency. Now, before we go on to the overall ranking, so here is the current match leaderboard. So 22 points for Windy Esports, TDT with 18, and Buriram, their biggest haul so far today with 15 points in total. So our top 3 double digit. But good news for every team out there. Everyone goes out of this round with at least a point.
Yeah, they weren't having too much of a struggle dealing with the blue zone overall in the early game. And we're looking at the big shift coming in from Windy, securing this chicken dinner, putting themselves into the top 9 as they land themselves right above Alter Ego, where you've mentioned Sharper Esports. They've been super consistent. 5 out of 6 rounds, they've been in the top 4. They will still lead the pack with a total of 62 points. So I will still say tomorrow it remains to be ultra competitive, even from the middle of the ladder all the way down to the bottom.
Yep, and speaking about the bottom, right now Newhouse Esports is the only team with a single digit. But they're very close anyway. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to get out of the single digit club by tomorrow. So speaking about tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a brand new day. We'll be playing the finals until Sunday. So tomorrow is only day number 2 out of the 4 days. Another 6 matches will be played tomorrow on the same time and the same channel. So make sure you mark your calendars because you don't want to miss out on the action tomorrow. Considering the amount of action that we see on day number 1, I'm pretty sure tomorrow will be even more explosive.
That's right. And of course, it's been a real great pleasure to be casting alongside with you, Sir Cloud. And, you know, this being the first day, any possibilities could still happen throughout the span of the next 3 days. So, of course, you guys don't want to miss all the action. Make sure you guys subscribe on either side of the social platform that you guys are currently tuning in from. And, of course, a bit you good night for now, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Raw like Carter, drizzled up for starter. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need. Truth is, nah, they kept dripping like me. Jam set, babe, you know what I mean. Little spice in the scene. Check it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rocker that we drink is better than the lean. Flow's got me feeling like it's feeling like a fiend. In the fire in the belly, yeah, lips full of steam. Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, now it's looking keen.
Muévelo como tembleque, baila como triple, nalga piquete. Un 𝐵𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴, baby, estamos al garete. Una muñequita, pero no es un juguete. Party, guayando todo el tiempo, agindar todo el cuerpo. Un piquetazo lento. Dale, Jen.
Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, now it's looking keen.
Dale más piquete, dale más piquete, dale más. Calentura pura, chula, te prende el fueguito el disco en la tula. Le explote